Yeah, we find her, the beautiful girl we've been missing. We wanna have her kissing. We find her, now we in love. Psych, the remix.
DMB, Tuck Spice, remix.
Now if I had to lose you like a bad phone connection, I'd change my game to get a better reception. Sit back, let's start this interaction. Don't fight the feelings, just a chain reaction. Your heart won't give you the wrong instructions. Like my GPS, yes, I got the right direction. We gotta merge together like a road intersection. Last stop is gonna be my love and affection. I ain't like the mother dudes, they wanna call you shorty, but I'ma call you a beautiful girl. I took your picture home, my mama saw it, she's a very, very beautiful girl. I wanna put you in my video, cause you're so beautiful. You're a beautiful girl. So when you hear us in your radio, turn up your stereo. It's beautiful girl.
Gotta find a shorty who's worth of a lady. It's nice but maybe doesn't look like 40. It's taking a little time. I wasn't seeing no signs, any traces of my baby. Who's gonna be my baby? But I thought I'm gonna take my time. Within it took a long fun eye. I saw a shorty passing by. She's got this very pretty smile. It was right at the bus station. I tried to make a conversation, holding her arms, feeling so tough. I felt this sensation. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. And now I realize I found me a beautiful girl. She's a model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it by. Beautiful girl. Sparkling eyes, a killing eye. I found me a beautiful girl.
My wish came true when I saw you, girl. God must have blessed me with your beauty, girl. Looking so right from your head to your toe. Shaped like a Coke bottle with a smile of a queen. My queen to be, you my destiny. Got a body of a goddess with your beauty. I'm impressed and I'm never in distress. Come on over and be mine. Been searching for a man and now all the cats keep looking to mine. With a sexy walk and a sexy talk, she must be from a planet called the sexy world. I know I ain't tripping, better yet I'm thinking put a ring on the finger, we look good together. Take your place in my heart with your beauty. I'ma say that I'll never turn away. Who would think I'm in love?
So the way she smiles at me just really makes me weak. The way she speaks to me just really make me go so weak. Keep staring in her eyebrows. All I kept on saying is wow. Your beauty shines and breeze at night. All I really want in my life. Oh yeah. It's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine, brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl. Sparkling eyes, killing tight. I found me a beautiful girl. Yeah, beautiful girl. Beautiful girl, yeah. Beautiful girl.
Damn. Money. You seen her? Hot Ice. Have you seen her? LP. Have you seen her? I'ma go over to Tux Bites. I know you've probably seen her. He has a lot of beautiful girls with him. Tux, it's DMB, baby. Look.
Beautiful.
I look for a while, but I can't seem to find a beautiful girl so I can make her mine. Time after time, I've been searching for a while, but every girl I meet never seems worthwhile. What can I do? I pray to God for an answer. I feel pains in my heart like cancer, and when I find her, I'm gonna romance her. Lace several presents and gifts. Call me Santa Claus. I make a heartbeat pause. That's my girl, homeboy, not yours. The girl of my dreams, she's more than I ever thought. Show me ass and culture. I think I'm getting punked. She's what I really want, so I'ma go get her. Since I'm a go getter, you know I'm gon' get her. And I will give her the world, anything for my beautiful girl.
Psych. Ooh, it's been a while that I've been trying to find a beautiful girl. Fine, brown eyes. I found me a beautiful girl. She's my model, she's so fine. I just wanna take it. Beautiful girl. Sparkling eyes.
one loving we done enough.
Man of prestige. Ha! Now this guy win. Now you win. Now you win today. Now you win. Now you win. I agree. Man of prestige. Now man you be.
I'm sure some people will be jealous now the way I talk about Ola. But I have learned a lot from him. That's why I keep telling you to follow him. If you don't follow Man of Prestige, now you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Are y'all doing well? I need to change that camera. That camera is wrong. That camera is wrong. Hold on 1 second. I'll change that camera. Hold on. All right. Boom. All right. We should be good now. Hit that like button, share, and subscribe as you're coming in. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second, okay? All right, how's everyone doing? Good. All right, we have a conversation to have today. We're gonna have a good time. No problem. All right, D-Love, how you day? How's everything doing? Good. Do me a favor, if you're here live, if you're a first time, hit 1 in the chat. Just type in 1 in the chat. Just type in 1 in the chat, just say 1, and if you're up to it, let me know where you're plugging in from. For those of you coming in from New Zealand, Australia, UK, some of you are getting ready to go to bed, but you decided to stop by anyway really quickly. Welcome back. Shout out to Princess. Thank you for the shout out earlier. I appreciate you. Thank you. Adele is here, the worshiper. Interesting. Good to see you, Adele. Jade, is that Jade or Jade? Alade Sai. Is that your name? I'm not sure. UK, that's awesome. Canada, that's what's up. Dallas, Texas, of course. Hometown. All right, good to see you all. So we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna be reviewing. I'm gonna talk like a quick update. No, I'll do that another way. I'll do that another session. Today, I want to stay focused on what we're here for today, which is to do a quick reaction to a session that Auntie B did some few days ago. She wanted me to do some reaction. Ngozi, what's going on, neighbor? What's going on? Greetings from New Jersey. Awesome. Chinye, of course, from MD. Good to see you, Chinye. All right. So here's the thing. I want to just focus on that, but tomorrow I'm going to drop a tons of video doing some of the updates, mobile, all that kind of stuff, and some of the news that we have going on. Tomorrow's session, we'll do that, okay? But today I want to stay focused so we can make sure we have enough time to get through the material that we have today. First thing first, I'm going to do, let me see here, remove this, boom. All right, but let me do some house rules, okay? Hit that like button. My name is Ola. I'm coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios from the heart of New Jersey. Okay, I don't say that enough, okay? But yeah, from the heart of New Jersey, and from my Empire Pro Studios. Over here we talk about relationships, but we focus on empowering you, okay? We focus on everything relationship, from a power, self, seduction, attraction, social, emotional intelligence standpoint. That's what we try to cover here, and we kind of leave everything else for other platform, okay? Like, who is the devil? Who are the evil people? Who are all these people that were sent by spiritual Ogbanje, and we leave that to other platforms. But over here we talk about the things you can control and how you can still have an awesome life in spite of some of the shaggy that the best of us have collected from members of opposite gender to you, usually. Right? So either way, that's what we're here. And you can download our number one book, which we wrote about 5 years ago. You can download that for free at loveandprestige.com. Okay, this is also how you stay in touch with us. This is YouTube. We don't own YouTube. So if you want to, want us people to always be in touch, regardless of what happens to the platform, you never know, God forbid, right? Then definitely you want to get on the waiting list for this book by going to loveandprestige.com. You will have access to the existing book for free, the PDF version. Also, you have access to all the different versions, Kindle, audible.com. You can have access to all of that through that same place, okay? Audible, or even a physical one. You want the physical version shipped to you, you can also get access to that from there, okay? So that's that really quickly. All right, but let me see who else is here. We have okay, everybody that wants to say hello already say hello, right? All right, but shout out to you all. I appreciate you. All right, so today, like I said, we're going to cover a reaction of Auntie B's session that she did about 2 days ago. Okay, and then I saw that story a while back, but I kind of skipped over it because of everything that was trendy at that time. But we got time for it now. Somebody else also a couple of people came into our chat, which you can join, by the way, at lolaandola.com/WhatsApp. You can join the chat from there. Okay, somebody else came there. A couple of people said, we needed you to talk about this. So I'm like, okay, I'll definitely take a look at it. And then Auntie B herself, and then somebody else was also in the comments saying that. So I was like, you know what? I have to yield to the audience and let's see what this is about. I read the story, but I'm about to listen live together with you in real time to the interview that Auntie B did with the gentleman after I read it all over again and then analyze her own words, Ellen's words, okay? So we're gonna do that. If this link doesn't work, you can send a WhatsApp only text to this number and that will bring you in. All right, so let me see. Adele said, oh wow, I live in New Jersey, Atlantic City. That's not the same thing as New Jersey. That's Philly, man. That is something. It's not even Philly. It's like on another angle entirely. Adele, shout out to you, but that's not Jersey. Come on. Like Atlantic City is Atlantic City. That's like saying Vegas is in Nevada. Go hard up. It's not adding up, okay? All right, but I hear you. I just finished watching that TV program and I said to myself, let me join. That's awesome. All right, good. Hit that like button as you're coming in. Let's see how far we've gone with the likes. Oh, come on. Let's get the likes up. We're missing about 15 likes. Can we turn up on that like? While we're turning up on that like, I'll be right back. Let's do it. All right, thank you. Shout out to all 7 of you that just hit that like button. I appreciate you. Thank you for listening. Speaking of listening, let me tell you something. If you have, not mine in particular, any platform, 1 or 2 platforms, okay, it doesn't have to be mine. There's a good chance it's not mine. You've been on YouTube before I decided to start creating content. It's going to be 2 years in October, this October, right? But any platform, to pick 2 of them, right, that you feel like you're getting value and they're helping you with regards to improving your life. Make sure that any session you come to, bring at least $1. At least $1. I'll tell you why, okay? Of course you can do more, but when you see that green, yellow, or blue super sticker, right, it goes a long way in encouraging others to do the same thing, right? I know that all 100% of people are not going to do that for whatever reason. That's fine, okay? But there are about 5% of any live stream, right, that you're getting value out of the situation. Bring at least $1 and super chat, not particularly for you, yes, for you, right? For me, yes, but also it encourages other people to do the same thing, right? And more important than anything else, it encourages us as content creators to continue to do what we do. It's also a signal that you're really getting value, okay? It's a signal to the algorithms, a signal to us as the content creator, and it's very, very encouraging. So with that being said, I have to appreciate my sponsors. Shout out to Richie, Life with Natu, Adesua, Film Girl, Open Floor by Tima, Show Mama, Gores Corner, D Love, and all the consistent supporters, Chinye, Auntie B, everybody that's ever supported us on this platform. I want to say thank you to all of you. But always make it a point to just bring at least $1, right? Or to any platform where you feel like it's not about just trendy, but you're learning a lot, and it's helping you improve your life. I just wanted to put that out there really quickly. Thank you so much, Fumi. I appreciate that. But for those of us that we are actually trying to create content that's meaningful, that actually means something, we're not chasing clout, we're not like saying inflammatory things just to get people to be excited and want to pick fights against the genders. It's also tend to be very hard for us to ask for it. Okay, we also find it difficult to ask for it. We feel a sense of, we shy away from that because we don't want it to seem like that's why we're here, right? But I want to encourage you that giving is one of the secrets, okay? It's not just a spiritual thing. It's one of the secrets to anything in life. I wish that I knew more about giving 20 years ago than I know right now. It's just this very right there in your face secret that it doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but I can't put it into words, okay? But like I told you just now, from a logical standpoint, just being fully transparent with you is highly encouraging when I see this. Okay, if I see anything like this, it's very, very encouraging. It's I don't know why. Maybe it shoots dopamine in my head or something, whatever. It gets me excited, right? But just keep that at the back of your mind. It doesn't have to be repetitive. Bring $1. Just do the $1 99-cent thing, right? You just put that up there. It goes a long way. And for me, every time you do that here, Sha, I will play you something nice like. Thank you so much for that $4.99. Was that pence? No, £4.99. I think that's what that is, right? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. What's going on for life, Esther? Good to see you. Chinye, good to see you. Thank you so much for me. I appreciate you. And thank you, Princess, for that $20 again. All right. So now I'm starting to get shy. I'm like becoming shy already now, but I'm also going to bring it today, okay? I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we address all of these issues with Auntie Helen and Isaac today, okay? But let's dance a little bit. All right, welcome back. So let's do this, right? The story that we have today is a story of a lady called Ellen and Isaac, right? So let's talk about this story. I think it's a story that we're going to learn a lot from. I think I listened to the first part of Auntie B going over it, and I heard a lot of things that I was like, but I'm getting better with understanding where, just empathy. I'm getting better and better every day with empathy, right? Because people are coming from different angles, and all of us, we interpret issues mainly off of our experiences, okay? We interpret all of these different issues off of our experiences, mainly. We would like to think we're objective, but Lori raw, mostly it's raw. We see it how we see it. We just see these things how we see it, But we can try, we can push against ourselves. Some level of self-awareness, can help us a lot. Pushing against ourselves. The main lessons you're going to get out of life is in removing yourself from the comfort zone. It's a comfort zone to see things from your perspective, your biases, and just see things how you see things. It's a comfort zone for all of us, right? So we tend to look at things from that angle always. But if you know how the devil operates, the devil is not going to fly down in dark clothes and garments and then start saying, I'm here as a devil. He uses the closest thing to your mindset, and that's you. Sometimes he uses the people in your life, your children, your spouse. I know you guys are familiar with that, right? He uses them, remember it includes you, right? To trigger you, right? And then and then you justify it with BS later. I tell you, listen, the devil is a liar, though. Okay, because we're out here, we're going to destroy a lot of his works. Okay, because it's gone too far. The epidemics is real. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and I'm not always gonna be correct. D-Love, shout out to you. Thank you so much for always supporting. Oh my love me, oh I love. Thank you, D-Love. I appreciate you. All right, so that's why we're going to talk about this today. All right, let's see here. Let me bring this up. Boom. Yeah. So we're talking about Ellen, like I said, and we're talking about Isaac. Isaac apparently called into the show. I don't know what he said yet. We're going to be reviewing that together. Okay, I have no idea what he said on the show. But Auntie Ellen said, I'm not crazy. And they've only been married for just 3 years. Right? Just 3 years. That's not new. I've been seeing that everywhere. In fact, I just finished talking to one of my aunties too here in New Jersey. We're putting together an event we have our event coming up December 30, but November 17, we just got an unofficial invitation, which she said she will make official later, my wife and I, because particularly with the churches. The churches will swell up and down. No, it is not happening in our church because the pastors are hiding some of the worst stories from you. Okay? Your deacon, your deaconesses, they are collecting shege too. So, but anyway, I'm going to read the story from Instablog Niger. Okay, I'm going to read the story from Instablog Niger, and I'll analyze along, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, do me a favor, let's turn up on the likes. Let's get the likes up to 39 likes. We're missing about 13 or so right now. Let's hit the like button. So I'm going to read now. Okay. Scotland-based Nigerian lady calls out her husband for allegedly abusing and locking her up in a psychiatric hospital. A Scotland-based Nigerian lady, Helen Adedoyin Humo, has accused her husband, Isaac Humo, of forcefully locking her up in a psychiatric hospital in, what is this, Inverclyde. How do you say that? The mom of one and customer service representative also accused her husband of physically and mentally abusing her. In a chat with Instablog Niger on Wednesday, September 20, the mom of one and customer service also accused her of physically and mentally abusing her. All right. In a chat on Wednesday, September 20, she said, "I have been locked up for over 2 months at I don't know how to pronounce that thing. Oh my God, Oyinbo, why are you doing like this now? Let's call it Royal Hospital. I will not attempt to pronounce that word again. Okay, I will not attempt to pronounce that word again. Lord help me. And to be how now? Thanks for the shout out earlier. I always appreciate you. Thank you so much, Auntie B. All right. So it's been 2 months at the Royal Hospital, an evil mental health hospital, Oberton, here in Scotland. Based on the lies and instructions of my husband, who has now requested a divorce from me, even as I am still locked up. Okay, so already when somebody says there's a disconnect already, but there's the rest of the story too, right? So there's a disconnect already. The disconnect for me is that if at least you are in anywhere in Obodo Oyinbo, for the most part, there's some kind of assessment that they do before, quote unquote, they lock a person up in psychiatric hospital. That doesn't mean they don't make their own mistake. That doesn't mean that they don't have their one-off exceptions where it's just terrible. Some of them get sued sometimes for misconduct, right? That's why there's a huge legal department at every huge hospital that you know, right? So I'm not saying that, but we're saying that there's those legal departments because it's almost unlikely that they will be used, but there is a likelihood, there's a chance, right? So it's possible, right? Is it probable? No. If it was just always probable, the hospital will be out of business. So it won't make sense that it's probable, but absolutely it's possible. Let's continue. So he lied. So we know that he filed for divorce. He wants a divorce, according to her. He lied to them that I said I was going to kill myself, which never happened. I have an 11-month-old daughter, and I would never kill myself. Okay, great. My husband has abused me more than you can ever imagine in the 3 years since I have been married to him. Okay. He pretended until... Before I continue, I always tell people, if based off of your own cognitive abilities, you consider that a person is abusing you, either emotionally, verbally, or physically, there's only one sensible thing you need to do. You need to leave. Okay? I know the fear, but where would that start from? Like, okay, listen, you're already in limbo. It's already bad. Okay? So, and that decision to leave doesn't have to be a permanent decision, right? Because we understand you have a family, you have children and stuff like that. But if you don't exercise or demonstrate that you have some level of self-value, you're incentivizing people continue the same behavior. Okay? There's no tangible, there's no reason for them to change their behavior if in fact you're telling the truth. That's easier said than done. I understand it's easier said than done. But nonetheless, that's what you need to find courage in doing. How do you leave? Right? How do you leave? Hold on one second. All right. So let's continue here. Okay. And to be said, don't give up on Oyibo. I won't. Let's see. Okay. He lied to them, right? So we know that he, according to her, so far we believe her. Okay, he lied to them. My husband has abused, blah blah blah. In 3 years since I've been married to him, he pretended until our wedding day and pushed me away when it was time for a kiss in the name of being shy. Ouch. Ouch. On your wedding day, somebody pushed you away from a kiss? For what? I promise you, okay, when I said I read it, I lied. Okay, I just realized that I lied. Okay, I read the headlines. I read like the first sentence. I didn't even read it up to then. When I read the first 3 sentences, I'm like, I just put it into my box. Like, okay, I'll come back to it when I do get to it, right? So I didn't read that part. Okay, that's obviously a red flag. That's obviously a red flag, right? So, pushed you away in the name of what? Pushed you away when it was time to kiss in the name of being shy. That person is not sexually attracted to you. Hey. Anyway, let's continue. In the name of being shy, because his parents were there. That was the beginning of 3 years of nightmare. Oh my God. Let's continue. I have added screenshots of how this man spent all my money. Okay. We will look at the receipts, quote unquote receipts. Everybody is carrying receipts around these days. Whatever, man. But anyway, it doesn't matter. The best receipts is what she's saying. Okay. The best receipt is everything in between the line of what she's saying. Okay. All right. Everything between, not exactly what she's saying, because I believe she's telling the truth, just like everybody else. Everybody is truth tellers. Okay. But in between the line is is where we can start to see some shady stuff. But let's continue. Okay. So, I have added screenshots. I have a 6 hours voice recording of him acknowledging his abuse of me on my phone. 6 hours. All right, ladies. All right. If you feel the need to be recording for up to 6 hours, okay, you're demonstrating a very chronic, okay, you're demonstrating a very chronic low levels of self-worth. Okay, there's some of you listening to me right now, you just can't, like, wait, I'm sitting down there doing what, recording 6 hours of him, like, why am I doing that? And some of you like, go easy. I agree with both of you, right? It's easier said than done. If you said that will never be me, congratulations to you. Because people mimic the level of self-love, self-respect, self-worth you have for yourself. And that's not a event thing, okay? That is more of a overtime thing. Eventually, they have to kind of match your same level of self-worth, okay? So if you sit down there and you're recording abuse for 6 hours, that puts a lot of question, right? Like, this evil person, why would you allow such an evil person into your world that much? Right? That's the question that we need to answer. But let's continue. I haven't finished reading, right? So he has cheated on through our marriage, and he and his family have told me I am the ugliest human being on the planet. If this is true, this is clearly an evil person, right? But my main question, right, always go in the direction of trying to empower you. What is it about you that made it okay to sit around for this long? Remember, we started from the person who wants to do life with you is not able to kiss you on the day off, okay? And the picture we're looking at on the screen does not look, that looks like a person that looks like a, if I'm trying to marry this person, that looks like a kissable person to me. So there are deeper issues, right? But let's continue. Let's continue. Yeah, that's crazy. Already so far. So I'm even surprised they lasted 3 years. Okay, already. Let's continue. He has cheated all through our marriage, and he and his family have told me I am the ugliest. So let's assume she's lying for a second. Let's assume she's lying, right? It's a feeling. She's not pretending about how she feels. Okay. The fact that this is a real feelings, that she's able to narrate a story, it's still telltale signs that, like, this is, at least for one side of the equation, it's been a terrible equation. Okay, so again, that's why I always tell people, like, what if she's lying? What if he lied? It doesn't matter. They will tell on themselves. Okay, it doesn't matter. This is not the court of law. I will show you my opinion. I will try to prove it without doing too much. 2 hours limit, right? Maybe 3 hours. Okay, maybe 7 hours. But the point is that they will tell on themselves when they are talking. Okay, let's continue. He has cheated all through. We know that. They call you ugly. Damn. I've worked from the first month that I got to the UK, and he has access to my pounds account and ATM. I have no savings. I have evidence of all this. Nothing I do is ever enough, including giving him all my money. So she's accusing him of financial abuse as well. When I got pregnant, I was not happy because I couldn't imagine raising a child with an abusive man. But my child has since become the light of my life. That's understandable. A lot of people go through that. My life would be meaningless and all the things I've gone through in vain if I didn't have my child. Now, there's a lot of people that will claim this same sentence that she just made here. This sentence, which is, when I got pregnant, I was not happy because I couldn't imagine raising a child with an abusive man, but my child has since become the light gentleman. Okay. Sometimes when people say that, okay, the focus, okay, people, I didn't say women or men alone, people. Sometimes when people paint a picture of emotional turmoil like that, that's how they feel in that moment. That's how powerful your present feeling can be. It can erase all of the past good experience, especially if you consider yourself a good person. It hits you in the gut like, me, a good guy. That's a lie. You ever been to counseling session? But that's a lie. He lied. She lied. People just end up in arguments about who lied and who didn't lie. And before they know it, 1 hour is up. $250. Right? And people wonder why there's problems everywhere. She's painting our experience, how she remembers it. Okay? I have no other choice but to believe her. But I also have the right to read between the lines, right? So, for example, in between the lines, right, is that, oh, the child became the light, right? Many people stay in their marriage. Why? Because what? Because I stayed because of the children. Did the children become the light? Yes. Was it always that way? Yeah, he never did anything for me. Never? What do you mean by never? He's always, anytime you hear never and always, there is a good chance, just a chance. It's not 100%. There's a chance that it is exaggeration. It's not a deliberate lie exactly, but they are painting a picture, right? It's a painting, right? Exaggerate, paint. They are painting a picture of how they feel in this moment with respect to what they remember, their experience, right? So if you end up in a tussle back and forth and you start arguing, lie, this is a lie, this is a lie, you will just explain. You know the answer to that, right? Explain. No evidence. No evidence. You go explain tired.
You go explain because no evidence.
No evidence. No evidence. You get it?
You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it.
Let's continue. When I got pregnant, I was not happy because, okay, we already went through that. My life would be meaningless and all the things I've gone through in vain if I didn't have my child. He never bought any baby things when I was pregnant, as he used all his money to bring his brother to the UK. There's a good chance he brought his brother to the UK, okay? There's a good chance he was not previewed to how he uses his money, right? When people, Yoruba women especially, because that's what I know. That's what I know for the most. When they say gbogbo we, when they say that, they don't mean gbogbo literally. Okay, they don't mean gbogbo literally. Okay, and gentlemen, it's your job to know that. Okay, don't say, but why is she lying there? That's how they talk. Okay, they say gbogbo we. This is Yoruba English at best. Gbogbo we, that's how she feels. If you don't acknowledge that feeling, you will end up in more boto. It's undefeated. I see this happen over and over and over again. All right, just letting you know, this is how it plays out. Okay, all right. So he never bought any baby things. All of his money, he spent over 20 million naira. How much is 20 million naira in dollars? Abi pound sterling. Somebody help me. To bring his brother and his family to the UK. Continue reading from the slides. Okay, let's go into the slides. I had our baby before his brother came, and when I was in 28 hours of labor having my baby, they told him to hold the oxygen, gas, and air for me. After 10 hours of me holding it myself, and he refused. Listen, I believe what she's saying, okay? But there's something that happened there usually. There's probably more to the story. I bet maybe he would tell us later on, right? But is it possible that the person is this wicked? Yes, of course. Is it likely? No, it's not likely. Okay? It's not probable, okay? If this world was full of wicked people everywhere, no, there's a lot of wicked people everywhere, but a lot can be 100,000 wicked people. It could be, I say this all the time, right? It could be 500,000, wicked people, but there are 8 billion people in the world, okay? So if it's majority, mostly wicked people will be in the war zone, and we're not. Some of you can get outside of your house at 11 p.m. and start driving to work 2 hours away, and you will get there safely. So relax with the whole world is full of wicked people thing. Relax. These issues comes down to competency, okay? For the most part, not always. Some people are just wicked. Remember I said that. Write that down somewhere. I said it. Some people are wicked, okay? There's a good chance that person that you are with is just the wicked one. The exception among everybody in the world who is just wicked. She's evil. She's wicked. Jezebel, brutal. She's just a brutal human being. Yeah, there's a good chance that's you, okay? But I want you to know that that's not common. So now you should ask yourself, how did I end up with a wicked one? That's where your power is. Like, how did that? Because you're going to move on, right? Because what you do with wicked people is you move on from them, right? And hey, how do you avoid? Because there's something about you. Okay, it's not your fault. I didn't mean fault. There's something about you that attracted the wicked, right? So how do you? Okay, it's not you. It's not your fault. But how do you make sure that it is not you? You ask the question and then you assess that, right? What is it about me? What is it about me that attracted a wicked soul that would do something so evil? I'm having his baby, right? 24 hours of labor and he will not carry that gas, right? Now for all the wickeds out there, God will punish you. Oh my God. See, listen. If you just want to wicked, oh my God, you're just wicked. Oh my God, if you're a wicked soul, I already raptured somebody here earlier. By the way. Anyway, let's come back to let me come back to the chat a little bit. Sorry about that. Let's see. Hey Yvette, good to see you. Not to, I saw you earlier. Not to Alpha area. Let me do that before I continue. Pardon my manners. I need to acknowledge my people, right? Monica, hello, good evening, good to see you. Auntie B, so MOP, I disagree with you about the recording. Our husband came on my show and told us that Ellen is a very quiet person who does not talk. Sometimes people record to have evidence when they leave. 6 hours, Auntie B, if that man is wicked, she could be hurt in 6 hours. That's too long. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not sure what you disagree with, Auntie B. Precisely. What I'm saying is that if you're sitting down in a very funky place for 6 hours, it's not good. It's not good. You know, evidence gathering for me is very exhausting. That's not why we're here now. We're here for a romantic relationship. If you have to be gathering evidence, don't you? Get some, like, success leaves clues. Failure too leaves clues. Get some clue. If you are finding that you are busy gathering evidence, receipts, take it easy. You can gather shoki if you feel like your life, some people feel like if they escape, their life is in danger and stuff like that. You can gather just enough. But if you find yourself, most people going through marriage, if you agree with this, put a 1 in the chat. If you disagree, put a 2, and then we can talk about it. Most people going through a funky place in marriage, they become obsessed with why is it that we're here, and they start gathering evidence, and then they engage that, they become obsessed with it to the point that they lose focus of why they're doing it in the first place. It becomes very exhausting. You're exhausted and you find that you're addicted to the process and you keep looking for it. It's like people that look at their husband's phone. They don't see anything, but they keep going back to look, right? Or wife's phone. Some of you don't know men do that too. Men go through phones. They're just as exhausted, as weak as it comes, right? They don't know when to stop. It's like you're in the middle of a very toxic argument. You know that your heart is racing fast. My point is, you really want to stop, but you're exhausted. But you can't stop because you're a human being like the rest of us. You're a human being like the rest of us. Okay? Now, when you hear me say this over and over and again, you'll catch yourself more often and then you will stop. And then people will start attaching more value to the idea of you, right? The see finish thing will dissipate, will slow down a little bit, right? But if you're busy sitting down arguing with your spouse every day, of course, that's see finish on Pro Max. See finish Pro Max. It happens more often than you realize. Anyway, let's continue. What's going on? So 10 AR, she said, he or she said, I'm not sure if it's a he or she. Explain tire. What I go when? What are you talking about, Chinye? If you don't get it, okay. all right. The 20 million naira now is not the same as then because that was 3 years ago now. How much difference is it? Like 50% difference or less, right? Let's keep going. D is present. What's going on, D? Marriott is present. Hello. Ngozi says 1. So now agree with me. It's exhausting. The best of us that we've done this, you know, you're not supposed to stay in that funky place, right? So it can come up in the form of argument, come up like you are gathering evidence, you use or you say you're staying because of your children. These are all the excuses we give ourselves. We're just obsessed with something that's clearly not working. Or we're waiting, like I said on the show earlier, we're waiting for Nollywood ending. Sometimes the ending is right there in your face, right? And you might be waiting forever, for a long time. Okay? And even when they come back 19 years later, you can't trust them. You kind of like want the fantasy of, because somebody told you that marriage is the end of be all. You want to bring it back together, right? Really? And then you show yourself shaggy and everybody's celebrating. Testimony. Oh, after 9 years, they came back together. Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot there. There's a lot there that we can talk about. But let me continue this story. Again, this man, what the picture she's painting is an evil man. It's obvious. We don't have a choice than to believe her so far. So let's continue. He told me to hold it to myself. He was pressing his phone throughout. I wanted another woman to be there for me that day because my mom was denied visa to come to Scotland to help me, but he insisted he had to be there. The NHS had to do emergency CS for me, and they never gave me any medication for the pain. I was in excruciating agony and my wound reopened. When I went back to have my wound treated, that's sad. A doctor told me that I had a major surgery and I shouldn't have been given 500 milligrams of paracetamol for the pain. I should have been given strong pain relief after they tore me. All right. So some of these doctors will disagree on that too. You'll see that a lot. But that's why they have a legal department. File a lawsuit. Okay. If I were her, I will file a lawsuit and then I will engage some of these. Some lawyers are hungry. They can't wait for you to call them like, have a lawsuit. Yeah, you get some money. You know, the money cannot necessarily buy you that back, but you know, at least you're alive. You get some money, you know. So I would definitely go in that direction as well. Just want to drop that there. If any hospital do something stupid like that, make sure you call a lawyer. They will take it. They are happy to take it every day of the week. Okay. Some people literally they're looking to make a career out of your case. Okay. The day after we got back from the hospital, my husband told me to go make noodles for us to eat. His friend had to pity me and make the noodles for me. 3 days after, he told me to go boil rice, that I shouldn't sit down while everyone goes hungry. Okay, we get the gist. He's wicked. Okay, I supported according to her, right? I supported his brother coming to the UK because it is just two of them and borrowed them £3,300. I couldn't give them more because I had to buy all my baby things. Okay, sounds like he was struggling financially too, right? And they were expensive. Now, I would want to know, why did she give that kind of money? There's a good chance that she gave all that money because she didn't feel the way she feels today after. Like when people start reflecting, it's like, that was wicked. People do that. 10 years later, they reflect and say, you've been wicked to me. But at that time, they didn't exactly say you were wicked. They felt some type of way, but they didn't exactly say you were wicked, right? So when they narrate it 10 years later, of course, they will paint the feeling, right? When you use the word painting, it literally means, okay, not literally, but just think about it as, let's exaggerate what is actually going on, right? Exaggerate doesn't mean it's not laced with truth, right? But she's painting her experience, right? And when someone is painting experience, what do men do for the most part? They overreact, so it gets worse. When people are talking about their experience, let them have it. Let them have that, right? But you know, you don't know any better, like the rest of us, okay? Usually, you overreact in the beginning because you're obsessed with being right.
You're right.
Yeah. We're missing 14 likes. I beg, hit that like button if you haven't done that so far. Okay. Let's keep going. We're almost there. So she gave 3,300 once upon a time. Somehow she deemed it fit to give the money. Maybe she was feeling some type of way, but she was shying away. Some women would do that. They don't want to offend you. Like what Auntie B also just described in the chat earlier. It was a quiet person, right? When you have a quiet wife, the day she decides to show you shege, you will not be able to cover it, okay? There's a lot of resentment that she's piling up. She's not piling up. Hey, this is where you make another mistake. You think she's piling up so that one day she will show you shege. No. She's hoping she can sustain it. It's just not sustainable, right? But the day it opens, pow, right? You won't be able to hold it together. For those that are the ones you call masculine, right? Those ones are actually helping you because they tell you how they feel right now, so you can adjust as you go, right? But of course, the best part about all of this is that the sweet one is always in the middle. Sweet spot is always in the middle, right? So if people can be aware and they can, then. But when they are like extremely quiet and you're like, I have a feminine woman, be careful what you ask for, okay? Because they are the worst. The one that said, I will stay there no matter what is happening. My husband is that one. She will show you shaggy. But let's continue. I couldn't give them more because I had to buy all my baby things and they were expensive. It was all the money that I had that my husband had not taken from me. Okay, husband, evil husband, according to the picture she's painting, has been taking her money. They have refused to pay me back my money. We had just spent 1 year in the UK, and my husband had spent 20 million naira to bring a brother here on a minimum wage salary. He couldn't have done it without my support. I agree with her. I can see that to be true. And that is not something that people lie about, okay? I don't think she's lying at all. It's just that that's usually when any one side is narrating their story, they skip the part that makes them look bad. If you agree with that, hit the one in the chat. Every one of us, when we are narrating a story from a painful place, we skipped all the part that might make us look bad. We don't always do it intentionally. This is where I always try to correct you. We don't always do it intentionally. It's a natural thing to do, to point fingers at everything else but self. and the ridiculous part about all of that is that there's 4 of them always pointing at you. At least 3 of them are pointing at you. So no matter how much you try to tell lies, or sound a certain type of way, those that can, right? They can read it. They might not tell you because they don't want to assume, right? Because we shouldn't be making assumptions, right? But if we're doing the analysis we're doing right now, then I will have to make assumption, but I will make assumption of the best case scenario. The best case scenario for the standpoint of the person telling the story. I always focus on the person telling the story. The best case scenario for that person, if I was hearing them out, is that she's right. She was married to an evil person. Okay, so let's keep going. Okay, because I have to go and play the interview that Auntie B did earlier. Auntie B, go and sleep, or you can watch it tomorrow, please. Okay, go and rest, I beg. Anyway, I supported him, and his brother and his family stayed with us for 6 months. His brother didn't buy a thing. We were feeding him and his wife and son, buying Pampers and everything they needed. These are some of the things that would destroy families. Okay, got him a car so he could get a job. They would destroy families. Additional reasons why these kind of things would destroy families: when people are accepting it, they're not talking, they're not saying how they feel, rightfully so, because it's hard. You don't want to offend your spouse, you don't want to offend their family. But that day, again, that thing will pop open like this, and they will tell everything though. You see, she's telling everything to about 7 million monitoring spirits. Now, let's continue. My husband's abuse intensified the moment his brother came. I will cook, and he would tell me to get out with my food. Again, it doesn't sound like a person that was heavily, well, he was attracted enough to impregnate you, pregnant, but it sounds like someone that's not attracted to you in a lot of ways, at least. And maybe he knocked one off one day. Some people, the only few times they have sex, they get pregnant, and they're not really sexually attracted to themselves. Did you know that? You didn't know that? Oh, there are some like that. Okay. There are many people like, they will have 5 kids, but it's basically the 5 times they've ever had sex. Okay. Ngombe. He abused me and called me ugly when I was pregnant. Damn. He calls me animal names like goat, and he tells me about the woman he wants to have sex with, even when we are having sex. Ouch. Okay, this one is not evidence now. Why is he sleeping under a person calling different names, right? A typical person will be like, whose name was that? Who is Funke? Who's that? Like what?
Funke!
Anyway, it's a lot so far. Oh my God. Thank God I started first with this. Let me come to the chat. Pardon my manners a little bit, okay? Welcome, Natu. After reuniting 19 years, there will be a lot of resentment and some serious work healing needs to take place. Yes, it's almost impossible. It's possible, but it's almost impossible. Okay? My goodness, I had 3 C-sections and then pain is no effing joke. So it's bad to pile up resentment. I've learned to cuss people out immediately. I didn't say that. What I said was that the sweet spot is always in the middle. If you're cursing people out anyhow, you're running around the street cussing people out, you say if you go collect. but I know that's not what you meant. Okay. Mario said, for people in the chat, was the woman mentally unstable? Well, we'll get to it. We're getting to it right now because she's locked up, according to her, in a psychiatric hospital. So, but from what I gathered a little bit earlier when I was listening to Auntie B's first part of the show, yeah, it sounds like she's being assessed as mentally troubled. Okay, that's the only reason why a hospital will lock anybody up, not because of what the husband said. What the husband said can help, but it's typically because they've assessed you as, you know, and if they misdiagnose you, then again, there's money to be made. You know, once they gather that, okay, it's okay for you to be okay, and they want to release you, you just go straight to the lawyer's office. Okay, because then too, they will collect. Yep.
Sorry.
Yep. I'm Americanized. What did I say that made you think I'm Americanized? I'm a Yoruba Akure boy to the core. What do you mean, Fabs Tolly? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Anyway, let's continue. So, she continues, I've been depressed and anxious the entire marriage because if he wants food like this today, he doesn't want it like that tomorrow. He's spoiled. I couldn't tell anyone as my dad had warned me that he would disown me if I ever leave my husband, so I stayed because of what people will say. Please, ladies, this is now become a legitimate excuse, but if you continue to encourage yourself to give that excuse, you will collect. Okay, but I'll yield you. I won't, I won't have twice slapping anybody, but I'm just letting you know you collect in the long run if you keep giving yourself a long thing of an excuse. Okay, most people, a typical person, they're not like, my father said I should never leave. At least they will leave to go to a friend's house or something. Even the ones that are teenagers are running away from the house. I beg, please adjust that. I know it's a real thing, but I'm encouraging you to adjust that thing. Right? Where your father told you when you were 15 years old, you are now 55 years of age, and you say your father told you should never leave because they will disown you. Nobody is disowning you after 18 years of age. Could make sense. So I stayed because of what people will say. People do stay for what people will say. Terrible excuse. Okay, not terrible excuse, legitimate excuse, but doesn't mean you won't collect. Okay, all excuses are legitimate. Okay. Because who am I to tell you your excuse is not legitimate? I'm just letting you know that excuse will not protect you. Okay. Anyway, when I was pregnant, my midwife noticed that he was an abuser and called me to another room to ask if he was abusing me. So that woman probably look at her and said, "What's wrong? Come here." And then she hears the story, like, like most people, they hear that story, like, that's what you're going through, And they told her what I told her. Leave. But it's easier said than done. No, but I can't just leave. Okay. Okay, wait. If you don't leave, you're incentivizing the behavior. You didn't mean to. No, it's not your fault. But there's no real reason to change the behavior if your actions demonstrate that you're okay with it. Okay, remember, it's easier said than done. Well, anything that's rewarding is easier said than done. It takes work, it takes courage, it takes, the kind of things you would do that you kind of understand in the regular life. But inside of marriage is true as well, right? It takes courage, it takes work to benefit from it. Okay, to benefit, forget marriage, your own life. Okay. This is why Mr. and Mrs. Nice Guy will continue to collect.
Sorry.
Because they think, it should be as easy as just be myself, which is I am a nice and kind person. Really? What about your self-worth? Your self-esteem? What are you showing up as? Right? Do you value yourself? Do you demonstrate that in the way you move? Right? Remember, all of this is easier said than done. Just keep that at the back of my mind. I have to keep saying that because sometimes people misinterpret what I'm saying. Okay? But let's continue. Okay? I couldn't tell anyone. She couldn't tell anybody. When I was pregnant, my midwife noticed, of course, called her to the side, but I lied because I was scared. Is that real reason why she lied? Is that the only reason? That's one of the reasons, but is that the only reason why she lied? Right? I was in the country alone without my wife. A lot of people, that's a pattern I'm seeing now. A lot of people feel lonely inside of a marriage, right? So what they decide to do, their own version of solution is, let me just be quiet. It's lonely, well, it's lonely, boy, right? And they don't seek help, right? If you're feeling lonely and you go to work every day, you're taking care of children, you're taking care of a husband, you're taking care of a household, right? You have a husband, the same one you married when you were in love, right? And you're feeling lonely, and then you start to interpret everything it says, right, as controlling, manipulative. That's because it is precisely manipulative and controlling, right? Because if he knows any better, he should be able to detect that he's being manipulative and controlling too. But usually they don't know any better either, right? But if you start to do that, right, at that point, your relationship is sick. What would you do with anything or anyone that is sick? A car, a house, a foundation of a house, or anything, a business. What do you do, right? You take them to professionals to help you assess, so they can give some kind of diagnosis, so that they can help you, give you something to work. Well, that's what you would do, right? Well, this is what people are telling themselves. They say, well, I'm scared. My father said I should never leave. Well, I don't want to come off and look a certain way in church, so let me just stay here. And what happens? Human beings, you're a human being. It's not sustainable. At some point, you're going to have to give up on that process, okay? Either you give it up or that thing will give up on you. It's one of the two. So what should you be doing? If it feels sick, if it feels like whatever we're going through is dysfunctional, seek help. That is not a bad thing. That's a good thing, right? Because not only would you seek help, you will learn more about whatever it is we're talking about. Every time you visit the mechanic, you learn a little bit more about your car, right? Right? Every time. No, let me just act like everything is perfect. It's the obsession with being right. The obsession with perfection. The loneliness thing is a pandemic right now. Okay? It's a pandemic, but the loneliness is a symptom. There are other things going on. And stop self-diagnosing yourself. If you need help, seek help. Talk to your pastor. That's usually free. Donate $2, $3, $20 something to him, just to have a conversation. Sometimes you're just one conversation away from clarity, right? When I had my baby, I quote, when I had my baby here, and his family said she wasn't fair enough and she should be as fair as a mixed baby. Yeah, that's weird. We're both Africans and we're not Oyinbo. How can we have a baby that will be that fair? Yeah, that's all weird. My husband's name is Isaac Umo. We got married in 2020 in Lagos after 2 years of courtship. We met at EcoBank PLC. After our marriage, we decided to relocate to Scotland as he put in for student plus family dependent visa. But before relocating, I already suspected my husband was having affairs with some other ladies because he was always going back to Ibadan where he finished his university. Okay? Suspicion is not... It's suspicion, just that. Okay? Okay? Now, suspicions will play mind tricks on you. Okay? And you will not know peace of mind until you find something that aligns with that. Okay? Even if that's not your existing reality. Okay? Is it your existing reality? Usually it is, okay? But I'm just letting you know, if you happen to be one of the exception and it's just your own fear playing tricks on you, oh yeah, you will never know peace of mind until you find something that aligns with it, which can be never, right? Which can be never. So you'll be dishing yourself shaggy, okay? For no reason. And just letting you know, there's more than enough things to focus on rather than suspicions. But I get it. It's easier said than done as usual, right? Once you have suspicion, it takes over your life. Right? Emotions, no be your mate. So, let's continue. But she said suspicion. Let's see if later on she comes and like, you know, I actually found something at some point. He cheated. Let's see if that actually comes up here. I already suspected my husband. Okay, I later confronted him about it and he did not deny. Okay, he did not deny. Interesting. I didn't want my marriage to break and I tried all my best. I asked him that since he has now lied and put me in a mental home and can't get me out, we should be separated, but he says what he wants is a divorce. Yes. Okay. Now here's the thing. Everyone's threshold is different. Whatever has been going through, I want you to, gentlemen, listen to this. You think you are the only one that's been going through stuff, right? No. Just because they ask you for divorce or separation. No. Usually the person that asks you for separation is also going through woto. Okay? That's the reality. Okay? Now, to just say I want divorce, if you don't mean that, you collect, okay? Because you make it a reality, right? But if you meant that, then it's just a confirmation of everything we kind of knew from the beginning. He couldn't kiss you on your wedding day, okay? Again, I'm surprised it lasted this long. According to her, he couldn't kiss her on the wedding day, right? Because he's shy, because his parents are around. Like, okay, his parents were around. All right, though, if you say so. His parents were around. Listen. Let's continue. After our baby came, he had become more abusive and agitated because the attention wasn't on him anymore. My husband once broke a ceramic plate of yam and egg, and because there was onions in the egg. Yeah, that's violence. If he did that, that's violence. That's at that point you shouldn't wait for actual DV, right? If you did that, don't wait for actual DV. Somebody is breaking stuff. Listen, just remove yourself. It doesn't have to be a permanent decision, but you need to demonstrate that you will not tolerate anybody abusing you. Okay, if it's a few hours, 24 hours, something, you need to showcase that. You need to showcase a level of self-value. But maybe you don't have that self-value. You don't feel like you can value yourself. Maybe you don't. Then you need to work on that, because that behavior will not stop. It only escalates and get worse and worse. Okay, so but let's keep going. Okay, there's also a misalignment here, right? He's not getting attention. He's angry. He couldn't kiss you on your wedding day. There's disconnect. I know those are 2 different days, but there's only 3 years apart. There's all kind of disconnects in that already, and I have I smell something there. Okay, all right. I smell something. He regularly shouts at our infant. Okay, sounds like he's angry. He told her to shut up when she was crying at just 2 months old. It was around the same time that man in Nigeria beat his little baby with anger for crying at night, and the hand got rotten, and I think the innocent infant. She's trying to paint a picture. She's painting a picture. Why is she doing comparison? Why is she just tell the story? Why is she doing comparison with another story? Anyway, granted, okay, we get the gist. Okay, he's an evil, wicked soul as far as she's concerned. So I was scared, and I told him he shouldn't say that to our baby. He forcefully put my daughter down one day because he was angry. I told him not to keep talking to people anyhow, as he was alienating all our friends from us. He was alienating all the friends from us. This is happening a lot. A lot of men are doing it. They don't realize they're doing it, but they're doing it, okay? Because nobody wants to be around funky couples, okay? It just makes sense, okay? Especially if it's that loud, right? I don't always tell him these things in front of the people. I wait until we have gotten home. He has quarreled with all his friends because of his proud, arrogant behavior of talking down on everyone, but he always told me to shut up and obey him at all costs. Interesting, okay? Interesting. Now, it's very hard for me to believe that somebody will make up all of this, okay? But the one thing I can tell you for a fact is that there are rest of the story, right? But it's good enough to say that this person has gone through a lot. Okay, now in the hands of who? According to her, in the hands of her husband. But she's gone to a lot more. Okay, but let's continue. I told him if he was going to direct his anger at my daughter, that I wouldn't stay. You don't say, I'm gonna get ready to get ready. You need to get ready. You don't say, I'm gonna leave, right? If you're saying that and you don't mean it, right, you're just poisoning the situation. Okay, and again, if you need to leave, what you need to do is do exactly that. Have a real purpose behind that. It's disrespectful to your person. If something is disrespectful to your person, what you should ideally do is leave. But I get it. We're human beings. It's easier said than done. But that's what you need to build courage around, especially if it's a persistent behavior. Okay. Let's continue. I told him he was going to direct anger, blah, blah, blah. I was going to leave. I told him I wanted to get a divorce if he didn't get therapy, but he tricked me to go to the hospital on Friday. Okay, he tricked you to go to the hospital on Friday, the 11th of August, in the name of going to get therapy. Did he work at the hospital? Is he friends with the owners of the hospital? Exactly how did he accomplish this, right? I guess the lawyers will find out. But he tricked me to go to the hospital on Friday, 11th of August, in the name of going to get therapy, and lied that I wanted to kill myself. Now, if the lawyers may not be able to substantiate a lot of your claims, but they can at least get them for that pain that you experienced that they weren't able to help you. They will get them. They will settle for something. Okay, that's just the way it works. Okay, don't be obsessed with right and wrong here. They will give you money. Okay, I'm just letting you know. They will give you boatloads of money so that you can at least appease yourself. Buy yourself something nice before you get back to the marital fight. Anyway, let's continue. The torture I'm going through in the hands of white people here is slowly killing me, and if I die, they will lie that I ended it all. Listen, okay? I see a pattern here, but I will be quiet for now, okay? There are 3 men in my room supervising my phone use. Yeah, because it's a psychiatric home, right? It is like being in hell. I'm locked in my room and drugged most of the time. That sounds like hell. They told me not to go to social media. I tried to post the first time, but my husband went and told them, and they took my phone. All right, so a husband who wants to leave will not sit in the hospital with you while you're going through that, right? Unless he's just a complete psychopath, wicked human being who wants to see you end it all. Is that possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. But let's continue. You never know. You might just be the one of the minority. You never know. Let's go. If I was white, I wouldn't be here. Okay. Now she's accusing of racism, right? Medical racism right now, right? Let's continue. I am not a drug addict. I have never used drugs. Well, that's an assumption that it's only drug addicts that go through mental health issues. That's false already. Okay, let's continue. And I'm here in a rehabilitation home where most people here are recovering drug addicts. Well, that's one of the many reasons why people might be going through mental health issues, right? Or have a mental health condition, okay? But it doesn't tell us anything, okay? Except that, again, she's painting this picture of hell. And I agree with her. I can't imagine that a part of you is typing. You still have enough cognitive abilities to be typing all of this, and you feel like you're captured. That's gotta be tough. But people here are recovering drug addicts. Please help me. All right, she needs help, and here's a video. I can't hear what she's saying. I can't hear what she, okay. You guys probably didn't hear that, okay? But she was trying to say something in the bathroom. Let me share this. But I couldn't hear what she's saying. All right, so I can't hear what she's saying, but we get the gist. Okay, we get the gist. Right about now, we got about 45 minutes to go into Antibe's session that she did, that she wanted me to hear. This guy apparently called in during the show, and we're gonna go through that. Before we go through that, let me come to the chat and engage my people. All right. He was on our show now. Wow, Jackpot people just carry their problem to the abroad. Yeah, if all this she's saying is true, he made her mad. He made her mad. Well, yeah, she collected Shege, Abby. Okay. I believe her. This is her experience, you know. Her experience, gentlemen, our experience does not mean is the factual facts, investigated, do DNA tests, make sure of everything. No, you're lame if that's how you're thinking. People can sit down in the same classroom collecting lecture from the same people and have completely different, no, not can, people, two people that are in the same classroom collecting lecture for the same person will by default, as a fact of life, have two different experiences. Okay? This is why you're collecting shege in your relationship, because you end up, even when you try to seek help, you end up calling each other liars. You never get to the bottom of anything because you're obsessed with right and wrong, black and white. And life is never black and white, ever. Life is not perfect. It is what it is. Some people will collect shege and that's just going to be their life. Some people, you know, we have it good. God will give them a very good starting ground, right? But every single one of us have work to do. Either you were born into a $10 house or you were born in a poor person's home. What you are given is what you are given. What are you going to do with what you're given? That's the question. Right? But you're going to sit down there and say, well, the other person has it better. You're stuck. You'll be stuck. You end up with nothing. And that's true for the person who was born in a $30 house too, because they too collect shege. You might not know what that shege looks like. I'm letting you know right now that this whole thing is already fair. What you need to do is learn skills. Learn what you need to learn so you can create better experiences for yourself. All right, let's continue. Right when Auntie B was about to end, a Jimmy who also, we're about to go through that right now. Yep. Originally tried multiple times to contact him. Yeah, they were probably blowing up his phone. I saw that part actually. Saying the normal person won't stay in an emotional abusive situation. No, normal people stay in abusive emotional relationship. This is not about being normal or good. I keep telling you, okay? I'm telling you. This is not about being a good person or you're normal or anything like that. In fact, most normal people stay in abusive situation. What I'm asking you to do is learn how to ascend to a different level. This is an epidemic. You're not understanding. This is an epidemic everywhere. Most people you consider normal are collecting what they're not supposed to collect from, are dealing with low self-esteem. I'll keep repeating it until we get it. Okay? Yes, most normal people will do precisely that. What I'm saying is that you need to become extraordinary. You need to rise above normal. Okay? Because you're here, you're part of us right now. We're going to be leaving something behind for our children at least. And they are learning everything from your actions. Anyway, yes, his number was provided. Okay, we're going to give you that. Listen, sounds like the man didn't want her anymore. He hasn't wanted her for a long time. He didn't want to kiss her on a wedding day, according to her. He probably didn't want to expose himself. Okay, let's see. He's a good talker and has the right answer for everything. I can read between the lines. We'll see. Let me give you my best shot. Though he did admit that he was emotionally abusive, but didn't give an example. Well, emotionally abusive, I want to hear what he meant by that, It's not good enough that he admitted that he's emotionally abusive. I want to know what he meant by that. I believe her. If she said emotional abuse, we'll still need to dive in through that and see what she meant by that. What exactly made you feel emotionally abused, right? Want to know. Doesn't mean she was staying there, right? But want to show her why she should have, what she should have done in that situation, right? It could mean leave, right? But there's so many. The whole emotional abusive thing is a spectrum. That's why I don't want anybody to take a risk. If you feel like you're being emotionally abused, you as the individual who feels it, you need to leave first, and then you assess things later, because who knows when it's ever going to escalate. Okay. Hey, Shil Mama, good to see you, Shil Mama. That's one of my sponsors. I had to listen to that show again right after the end of the broadcast. It was epic. Lady B did a dynamic job in the interview. Awesome. I trust Auntie B now. I just want to listen to him. Let's see. He was listening to the show after I think someone told him about the show. That's why he answered at the end of the show. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure he's paying attention. If he cares, if he has any ounce of care for his marriage, he's probably getting notified every time they're talking about him somewhere. Because this went viral, right? So, Kenya said that's bullshit. I'm not sure what you were saying, but absolutely, she was the right. She asked the right question. Okay, everybody's bigging up Auntie B, right? Shagun Bitoye says, "You guy, you're clearly being biased. I have no idea what you're talking about. Maybe you can elaborate." I'm listening right now. Everything is false, but he's verifying some of our story. That is lie number one. Which one? I'm confused. Anyway, somebody said, "How is he being biased though?" Yeah, I took sides. He heard me taking sides. Sometimes you will hear your own bias when people are doing an analysis. So I understand. Ola is following the Oyinbo ways. What is Oyinbo ways? Anyway, let's continue. Such as an emotional, exactly, such, okay. Not everyone in the mental health hospital is a drug addict. It's a treatment center. Exactly. It's part of what we're talking about. Mental health is to every human being. Mental health is to every human being. We all have a thing called mental health. Okay, listen to me carefully for all the lames in the house. Mental health is not the same thing as mental health issues. Hello? Mental health is not the same thing as mental health issues. It just simply means there's a part of your very being that has mental functionalities that needs to be taken care of from time to time. And yes, it can have dysfunction sometimes, okay? At different levels. Yeah, the highest of it, I'm guessing, you think is weary, okay? But sometimes it's as simple as you're angry and you couldn't control yourself in that moment of anger, right? Some people actually call that temporary insanity. When you're angry, yeah, like that vein coming out through your forehead, like that. Right? All right, so, all right. I hope that's clear. That's not an Oyinbo thing, oh. If you have cognitive ability to listen to what I am saying, are you hearing me? That is a part of your mental capabilities. Okay, yeah, like the brain. Yeah. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, I know. But it's our reality, regardless. There are many things about our reality you can't see. Don't wait until you can touch it before you know. If you wait, you collect. Oh, I'm warning you right now. So, let's continue. Let's see. Almost there. Because I want to go into that video. It's about to come to your show too. Watch. Ooh. Oh, like he's listening? Oh, well, if I drop the link, if we have time, if we have time. If we don't have time, we'll continue another day, right? I would love for him to come to our show because he can sniff him out. Why are you assuming that there's something to sniff about him? Yeah. Well, we all have something you can sniff out about us. We're all bullshit. Like, let's be honest, okay? We're all human beings, okay? So, yeah, there's always something you can sniff out. Ola is trying to speak for I beg, speak like Niger man. She want to sound like Oyinbo to you. What village are you from, brother? I sound like an Oyinbo to you already. In UK, you don't just drive up to a psychiatric hospital and get taken. You will be legally sectioned if you are seen to be a danger to yourself and others. That's what I'm thinking, right? That's typical. That's majority of situations. But I have to leave room for minorities. Sometimes the exception, opportunity to sue a hospital, right? So we have to kind of assume that she's telling her own truth, I guess, our own version of the truth. Many people just tell their own version of the truth, not the actual truth, right? So we have to give her that at least. But we'll hear the other side and see what. But what I can tell you about what I've read so far from her is somebody who, if she's inside of psychiatric and she's saying that, she's definitely sick. Okay, she's sick. Okay, because at some point, if you're not sick, you'll be able to calm down. Even if you're acting like you're dangerous, you'll kind of say, there's nothing wrong with me. They'll be able to read, they'll be able to do assessment and say, but if it's again a minority situation, then she can file a lawsuit later. But I feel for her if that's the case. It's highly unlikely, but I feel for her. You will be legally sectioned. Thank you for that, Adama. I smell Ekene here. Who is Ekene? Ekene has been blocked. If he comes back, he'll be blocked instantly too. You are saying it, Ola. I don't know what I'm saying. Or what am I saying? Mr. Ola, next time don't take sides, please. I took sides? Oh, maybe I did. No, they sidetrack, I beg. Anyway, let's move. This man is a liar though, conveniently saying he cooked several times. No be husband material at all. I'll be able to tell. I'll listen a second. We're gonna get through it today, I promise. Okay. Show Mama says, shout it louder, Ola. We all have mental health. The stigma to eat even by some educated, to eat even by some educated. There are many, many lame educated people. They are the worst. Some of them are lawyers, doctors. Oh my God. You never hear a lawyer or doctor talk lame? You never seen it before? Listen. If you don't get it at this point,
you get it? If you don't get it, forget about it.
Oh, Lord. That lady is locked up and deserves the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, she's locked up. Especially if they are going separate ways. Yeah. Listen, we don't know. We don't know shit. It was sarcasm, Mr. Ola. I even forgot. What is it that I read from you that was sarcasm? Let me see. You said, Mr. Ola, next time don't take sides, please. Oh, the emoji. Me, I don't know how to read emoji like that. I only know, if you notice all our titles, it's always somebody yelling, right? So, no, I'm not really, I don't really speak emoji like that, Since someone said you were taking sides, I'll get you now. And Shagun Ibito says, Alaye, you do mental health assessment? No, I don't. I don't treat mental health issues. So if you act too much that looks like a worry, you will get blocked at some point. Okay. So, he said, okay, all right. So it's very easy. I told you they tell on themselves, right? They always tell on themselves. Of course.
Oh, Shoriki the baby Brazil, Ashew. Oh, was sorry, live me also. Jada then rapture with it and where you did. Rapture than probably live me no.
All right, so Shegun has been raptured. If he comes back in another name, he'll be raptured again. Let me see. I believe she's sick, and the postpartum depression is also, that's a real thing. That is a real thing. It's all from, and a lot of lame men don't understand that. Okay, it's all from the abuses she previously went through. Well, slow down. We don't know. We have to stick to we don't know. Okay, but he will tell on himself if he has issues in the second here. Postpartum depression is from a lot of factors and can lead to a mental breakdown. Yes, a lot of factors. Yeah, a lot of factors. But yes, if he's mentally emotionally abusive, it will help, even make it worse. I agree with that 100%. She was sectioned, detained for treatment. The minimum is 28 days, after which she will be, okay, that's part of the things. Okay, but that's part of the treatment they give them. She refused treatment. If you refuse treatment, you'll be kept longer due to no insight into your condition. Wow. Chin said, well, I believe Shagun is a PC, Kenneth Bishop. That's who I was talking about when I was. Oh, okay. When you said you smell. Don't worry, they turn on themselves. Okay. If she's getting treatment and counseling, I believe she's in her right mind writing all this. Yet, I can also assume that she's probably in and out, right? And she will try to get out earlier, But it's sad. It's still a sad situation because that experience will leave an impact for a long time. I do think the woman had a mental breakdown of some sort. And that's real when people are going to even marital issues. People will have a mental breakdown almost to the point that they might get locked up, actually. That's why I keep telling you, take care of yourself. Because the people that are doing this assessment, they won't listen. Like Adana just said, they will lock you up if they can't conclude that you're safe to you and everyone else. And that's fair in my opinion. Okay, because listen, no one is above the law, no one is above the society, above the public. It is what it is. People get locked up for a whole weekend sometimes for something they know nothing about. But they come and say, thank God, I will never go to jail again in my life. Was it fair? Yeah, it is fair because they lock you up, the place is closed for weekend. Okay, same thing. But let's get back. But clearly that marriage had issues. Okay, that marriage had issues. But let me get to Auntie B's session with her. I think. Do you guys want me to? Let's just continue. Let's just go into it. I think we should be fine. It's fine. All right, we're right there.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Shout out to Auntie B. Let me give her credit on that. Let's see.
You probably know Vistaprint for business.
Oh, I'll let that play.
Yeah.
I'll just mute it.
But did you know
Let's get that play for Auntie B. Let's let the ad play for Auntie B. Let's see while I'm positioning our credit properly. Let's see. All right, there you go. All right, so let's get back to it now.
Afternoon, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, who am I speaking with, please?
Yeah, this is Isaac.
Oh, hi. My name is Bridget.
Hi, Bridget.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
We're talking about you, so I'm glad that someone shared the video with you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so we're doing the show about, I don't know, maybe if you don't know about me, my show is called Obodo Ibo TV. I'm based in London, and we were doing the show about what your wife had sent to the blogs on social media and all the allegations she's labeled against you. What do you have to say?
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to at least clear myself from this allegation. But first of all, what I want to say is this. Everything you read on that Insta blog or any platform, any social media platform, it's all false.
Okay.
I repeat, it's all false.
Mm-hmm.
People that know my family directly or people that know my person, they know me since I've been married to my wife, Helen. I love her so much. We were former colleagues in Nigeria.
You were colleagues in Nigeria?
Yes.
Right.
Before we got close and become married.
Right.
But I have never, when I mean never, physically assault my wife. Not even once.
Mm-hmm.
It has never happened.
Right.
You understand? Everything I'm telling you now, if I am lying, God be the judge. And you can also verify anything.
Here we go with the God be the judge. Oh my God.
Right.
Now, I'll tell you what happened this particular event and what my wife said I went to lock her up in a psychiatric ward. You agree with me that in the UK, women's rights is respected?
Yes. Yes.
There's no way myself, an immigrant that came in as a student, looking for a better life, would just carry my wife and go and lock up. How possible is that?
Right.
I saw some of the stuff on the social media, how I've been maltreating her. It's all false. I'll tell you what happened. my wife probably, my wife had complained of, she said her father abused her for 27 years. But she said that she was.
So right off the bat, before I continue, right off the bat, it can't be all false. Okay. Now, an average man would literally do what he's doing right now. Okay, but it can't. It's just a fact of life. It cannot be all false. At the very minimum, she's crazy, and she's saying what she's saying. So it can't be all false, right? It can't be all false. Like, I'm sorry what my wife is doing. She's sick. She's in the hospital. That's all I can say about my wife. But, you know, if you feel the need to be, we'll come back later on. If you have a need to shalaye to the point where you say it's all false, Baba, where's the evidence? Already.
You go explain, because no evidence.
Let's continue. It can't be all false already, but let's continue. Let's just go through it one by one, right?
She was, what she said. Because when I met her, she was in a relationship for 5 years. She was an abusive one of that.
So you saved her.
The guy beats her, the guy oppresses her, you understand? 5 years. Now, we became friends. She shared all her experience with me with that guy. So, I was more like a comforter to her, like, you know, encouraging her. And we became close, and, you know, that's how I fell in love with my wife. We fell in love with each other.
This is a good guy.
Right.
Now, let me tell you how this whole thing
So
started.
what's the natural next thing for you to do when somebody paints you as an evil person? What do you do as a normal human being? Let's be honest. As a normal human being, what do you do? If somebody just come out and just paint you as an evil person, right? What would you do, right? Obviously, of course not. It's all false. I'm a good guy. Right? And by the way, I won't discount that. I just think it's irrelevant. But let's continue.
Now, unfortunately, my wife is the first daughter in her family.
Right.
And she's got, you know, some kind of responsibility on her shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
And when she got pregnant, when she delivered and she went to maternity, sadly enough, she got the job, the Accra job, she got it like 1 or 2 months before her delivery. So she was not entitled to maternity pay, right? And she already had some responsibility that she's taking care of. So I promised my wife that, okay, no problem. I will take every responsibility on my shoulder. So, because of all this thing, I've been stressing myself out, you know, working to make money.
So Isaac, yeah. So let me just interject because of time, because I'm sure you have quite a lot to say in terms of your history with Helen, right? So let's just take it one by one. She said that within 1 year, you brought your brother and his wife and his family to the UK, that you were sending all your money to bring them here. Is that also true?
I hope he doesn't deny that.
I supported my brother to come to the UK.
Of course.
Right.
It's not as if I sent all my money
Mm-hmm.
as she had paid. It's only a support that you should give a family member. My brother on his own part for you to want to come to UK, you would have raised money, you know, but we all know the stress and the financial constraint.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I already acted as a support to my brother
Mm-hmm.
and family.
Mm-hmm. Did she borrow you the 3,300 that she mentioned, or was that?
That's false. I will tell you. She only.
Optimum Fiber Internet.
All right. Let's pay Auntie B's bill real quickly. All right. So again, an average man will do this Shalaye is doing right now, but it doesn't really. They will just tell on themselves, okay? But it should have been, yes, I helped my brother to come to America. Everybody does that. We help our families. Now, what we all need to be aware of is that a lot of time, because people don't know what they're doing with regards to the emotional effects of bringing families over and families staying you, they're never prepared for that. So they don't even know how to in real time address issues, deal with issues, conflict handling. They're not even, because they assume like everybody should just know that everybody does that. They're never prepared for it, right? So it's no wonder that he's saying what he's saying. Let's get back to it really quickly. Can you guys hear clearly? You guys can hear, right? Let me turn down that background music a little bit.
Now, the agent told me that as a sponsor, I need to have some money in my account.
That should be better,
My
right?
wife sent 2,000 as like statement of accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Then after the statement was printed and handed over to the agent, the money went back to my wife. It has nothing to do with the purpose of that money was for.
Let's go back.
The agent told me that as a sponsor, I need to have some money in my account.
Right.
And my wife sent 2,000 to me as like statement of accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Then after the statement was printed and handed over to the agent, the money went back to my wife. It has nothing to do with the purpose of that money was for us to have money in the account for our mother to come.
Did your brother stay with you? He and his wife, did they stay with you when they came to the UK?
Yes, they stayed with us.
For how long?
They stayed for about 6 months.
Were you people
That's a lot.
comfortable enough
That's a
to
long
look after
time.
them, considering that you just came here only 1 year?
We were comfortable enough to look after them because when my brother came into the country, I put him in my place of work, right? So he started working in my place of work, where I work. And my wife, let me just make one thing clear. My wife does not tell you, does not speak out whenever she's not comfortable about anything. She bottles things.
A lot of them are like that.
She would never tell you. Since I've been married to my wife, I hardly know when I'm right or when I'm wrong about any issue.
Is she a quiet person?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Oh my
All
sure.
right. So your brother stayed with you for 6 months with his wife and then children?
If this guy if he has bad intentions, right? Listen, it's not only people that have bad intentions that hurt their loved ones. I want you to be clear about that. If he had bad intentions, that's a very easy place for him to skip. Like at least he'll be like, is she a quiet person? Because if you're married to a person, you collect shege at some point before you guys figure it out. That's just how life is, okay? But for some reason, he was quite straightforward with that, yes, she is. I'm believing the part where he's a nice guy, Mr. Good Guy. Let me save this woman who is coming out of an abusive relationship. You remember when he mentioned that? I believe that part. So far, it just sounds like another person who does not have the skills. They should not be in a marriage. Okay, they're already inside of marriage. They still need to go back to school to learn what they need to learn about romantic relationships, especially when you had the layer of marriage to it, right? So, but, of course, everything she said is false because I'm a good guy. He probably would get stuck on that. Part of being a good guy, of course, he's going to tell the truth that she's a quiet person, right? So that was a very, if it's straight up a person who wants to just throw out completely, she already threw out of the bus, but whenever she throws out under the bus, it's a very, very subconscious thing that comes from lack of competence, lack of skills, okay, lack of game. But whenever he see an angle, the one thing he knows how to do is how to be a good guy, at least on the surface. He would do that, like, of course, yeah, she's a very quiet person. She never told me. Well, here's the thing. The reality is that she probably never felt that way, at least not at the level she's feeling it right now, right? But when they are going through shege, right, people, especially women, will start self-reflecting back all the time that they can deem to be, I was cheated. What about this? What about this 6 months time when they will start counting all of it and they pile it together, right? So that small resentment that was there back then might not have been a big deal. Maybe there was not enough for her to say at the top of her lungs. And maybe, yes, she's a quiet person, especially if she's a quiet person, right? So again, it's being a good guy, both when it's good to be a good guy and when it's very subtle, right? Let's continue.
His son. Okay. What kind of apartment were you living, or do you live?
3-bedroom flats.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. I want to talk about the delivery. She said that she was in hospital and, she was having a difficult delivery and you were not attentive. She said that she was holding the oxygen mask, the gas and oxygen, for about 10 hours. And when you were told to take it, you were pressing your phone. Do you want to tell us about that?
That's not true. It's not possible. You see, information like this can easily be verified. I can give you details of the hospital. Okay, now let me tell you what happened. For time's sake. When my wife was in labor, I was with her.
Mm-hmm.
When my wife was in the labor room, like trying to, to deliver, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's this oxygen that I was holding for her. I am the one that was holding. Meanwhile, while I was holding that oxygen for her, her mom, family in Nigeria, were calling. They asked me to hold my phone because her labor delayed. She had like 26 or 27 hours of labor.
She said 28 hours before the emergency CS. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That is absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
So because of that, prayers was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know our Nigerian parents, you hold the phone and they'll be praying for you. So I'll be the one holding the oxygen for her.
Mm-hmm.
Then when the call comes in, I'll handle the oxygen for her. She'll hold it herself. Then
Right.
I'm taking care of the mother. At the very comment, I'll be like, we are serious. They are saying so centimeter. Just feedback.
Did she know that you were talking to her mother and prayers was going on in Nigeria during that period?
Yes, she's aware.
Well, she can be aware. It won't matter. She can be aware. It won't matter. But you know, the problem here is this story that he's telling. But we need to be hearing this story because at least we're extracting some of this lesson. All right, so this is still your wife. At the very minimum, this is still going to be your ex-wife. Right? Yeah. And she's sick? Yes. Oh, this man go collect. It's going to be bad. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Sorry, yo.
It's gonna get worse before it gets better. All right, so you were the answer to that question. Ideally, again, an average man will probably engage this shalaye that he's doing right now the same way he's doing it. I would. Some years back, I would do the same thing. I just know better now. Okay.
We go explain because no evidence.
Yeah, they would, right? But here's the problem, okay? And the reason why I know is because the long run effect of this behaviors, let me explain myself. The long run effect of it was just very bad. And the human brain, for the most part, will disconnect from that. They don't have the foresight to see this behavior that I'm doing right now. What is the effect long term, mid to long term? They can only feel the effect right now. Let me shalaye so that people can see my side, that I'm a good guy, right? The immediate satisfaction you're going to get, but you're still going to feel worse. Just a few days from now, you're going to be like, why? Why did I? Not that you came up and gave a statement, but that you are engaging in this level, right? The ideal answer for those of you that may end up in this position in the future, the ideal answer is that, oh wow, that's what she said, right? Listen, I don't know. We're going through a lot. You know. But I'm glad I'm hearing everything right now, so we can at least adjust. I'll work it out with my wife. The typical answer is that it's a lie. She lied. I was talking to my mother, and she knew I was talking to my mother. No, I'm not saying she's an evil person, because he's doing that Mr. Nice Guy, good guy thing too, right? No, I'm not saying she's an evil guy, but you might as well just call her an evil guy, because she knew you're talking to your mom, but yet she's going to tell this bad story. She must be evil, right? Well, it makes logical sense. She already called you evil before, right? It makes logical sense. Well, there's a disconnect from the nearest future here. Not now, but mid to long term. Do you plan to continue life with this person? Oh no, we're going to divorce. It doesn't matter. She's going to be your ex-wife. You have children with them. Do you plan to actually have a healthy relationship with this person? This one right now in this moment is not going to help matters. It's not going to help. Let's continue. It's interesting so far.
Right. So you were not pressing your phone. She said you were pressing your phone.
Why would a man that is under tension be pressing phone?
Mm-hmm.
That is false.
Why do you think she said that?
She's a liar.
When you were only concerned about her well-being, you were holding the oxygen, intermittently talking to her family because prayers were going on. Why do you think she will come up with something like that?
Thank you very much. If you ask me, I don't know why she's coming up with such stories.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. But I just think
she's painting a picture. That's why. She's painting a picture of how she felt neglected in that moment. It's not the same. It has nothing to do with your intentions. It's not your fault. It's not that you're being blamed for it. You just need to understand that. If you don't have these types of understanding, you will struggle inside of a marriage. Because it's not just going to show up when people put you on Instablog Nigeria. It will show up in little ways in your life, right? She's painting a picture of how she felt emotionally at that point in time. Forget your mother, of course. Emotions, not your mate. Forget your mother. Like, that's why a person will paint a picture. This is how I felt. That's how she felt in that moment. Is she wrong? If you think she's wrong, you're right. If you think she's right, you're right. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about. The reason why a person with their normal head will come off as they are lying against you is because they are painting a picture of how they felt, right? Because the human mind is a very powerful thing. We can create 200,000 Nollywood movies out of one experience. And if you don't understand that, and he's like, but that's just wrong. You're right. I already said you're right, that's just wrong. Oh, but she has the right to do that. You're right too. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Let's continue.
For her to not repeat this thing, because the thing is, people are judging, people are concluding with what she's saying, even though she's currently unwell.
Right. Okay. Did your wife, did you know, or are you aware that she had a history of any mental health illness?
If she has history of mental health illness?
Yes, prior to when she had a baby.
I'm not aware. I'm not.
Okay, so what happened that
it all starts one day.
Mental health,
that's a good question though.
Psych ward. What happened?
Hi, I'm Zoe Gong. As a traditional Chinese medicine chef and food therapist, I love...
Alright, let's pay bills again. Let's pay bills. Wow. Princess say hospital abroad. Why are you holding the oxygen tank? That's a good question because I've never experienced that, and I've done this 3 times. Let's get back to the gist. Let's pay bill one more time. Let's let that run. Let it run. Okay, let's go. All right.
On a particular Thursday, to make it very brief, she was acting kind of different from her person. You understand? My sister-in-law called me. The guy I was talking to earlier, I was already giving the brief, but let me just go straight to the point. So my sister-in-law called me that...
Wait, let me get this right. I thought he said she was coming out of an abusive relationship. I don't think he said it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me get that straight. I think she was coming out of an abusive relationship, right? And it was a Mr. Savior, you know what? That's what I think that was, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Chinye. I think that's what that was, right? Yvette says, that's so much pressure when several people arrive to the house. 6 months. Yeah, it is. So you better know what you're doing in terms of the emotional dynamics. Because it's okay to do that, but you need to be prepared properly because that will tamper with people's emotions, especially if they're having babies and stuff in the middle of all that, right? But many people just think, oh, but what's wrong with that? What do you mean, what's wrong with that? Who said anything is wrong with that? You're living with human beings. When human beings have anything collaborative going on, there will be friction. Are you prepared for that? Or you just assume that everybody should just be okay with your own idea of what is okay? Right? These are the problems. These are the issues. Okay? A woman can be very irritable during labor. Please, our men, kindly be patient and kind to us. That labor time stated is long. Exactly. That's why I said mother is on the phone and your forefathers could be on the phone. The way she felt, the worst thing you can do is offend a pregnant woman. That's the worst thing. They will never forget. Ever. God help you. That's something that I had to learn the hard way. Don't offend a pregnant woman. Okay, they never forget. Okay, and that doesn't mean you'll be paying for it for the rest of your life, but you will have to earn her trust back, and that's almost impossible. Very possible. And normal people, quote unquote, normal people of today, they can't do it because they'll be engaged with Shalaye. I'm right, but she was wrong. Okay. Let's see. Nora says, sorry, that guy sounds inexperienced and so defensive. he only took advantage of the lady that went to tell him about her then boyfriend. Wait, what did I miss? Let me read that properly. Took advantage of the lady that went to tell him about her then boyfriend. Okay, maybe there's a part of the story we didn't get to yet, right? So somebody told him about, right, low self-esteem, possibly from past experience. Is that what we're saying? Because that's a real thing too. A lot of men get into that thinking like, I'm going to save her, and then they will collect sugar, and then they will overreact, and now it's an abuser. And they're confused. Where's this coming from? Oh, maybe there's no mental health. Okay. Nalai, no be slip of tongue. This is a drowning man frantically saving himself. Yeah, that's what you do when you're trying to save yourself. You engage shalaye.
You go explain because no evidence.
I heard the WhatsApp status part. These people don't even like each other. Oh, there's a WhatsApp status? We get there. He didn't treat his marriage properly. I believe he was ignorantly neglectful of their marriage. Yes, Adama. That is a good way to put it. Okay? The one thing I keep telling men is that ignorance is not an excuse in the real world. Me, mama, shit. It's not an excuse, oh. You collect. Okay.
Sorry.
It's not an excuse. Granted, it's ignorance. You don't know what you don't know. But, well, that's why you should engage knowledge. Structured instruction on how this works. Everything you knew from common sense, know they work for marriage, not for 2023. Lie. Get that straight. All right. She's probably suffering from postpartum depression. Yes. That's sounding at least one of the issues, you know. He first said abused by dad, then 5 years abusive ex. Oh. Did he say that already? I missed it. You guys are ahead of me. You guys might be ahead of me. I'm just listening. He was focused on work. Everything worked against this couple. Yeah, that's not an excuse too. Legitimate excuse, but it won't be it's not admissible in real life. Life will show you. When I needed oxygen briefly, I didn't need to hold it. Yeah, that part is weird too, but you know, maybe a cheap hospital somewhere. Remember, they're just upcoming. That's what I heard a lot, but D-Love heard him briefly mention her dad abusing her. I didn't hear it. Okay. All right. Just help me if I miss something. Just keep helping me. Thank you. My husband better not be on the internet opening my nyash like this. I hope y'all drag him to hell. I hope not. But when people are caught up in their emotions, they all move mad. All of them. Right? He didn't help that he brought his brother, wife, and child to stay with them in their young marriage for 6 months. Those things will happen. What I ask people to do is make sure that you emotionally prepared. Be prepared for the emotional turmoils that it will take on you. Sometimes you just don't have a choice. Somebody helped you. If somebody didn't help you, they helped somebody that helped you. You know, we all ended up in the Obodo because somebody helped somebody for the most part, right? But be prepared. You need to be aware that that's going to affect the emotional dynamics of your relationship. And when you are prepared, when you are aware that this is a fact of life, it will happen, it's half of the battle already won. But most people just want to pretend like, no, this is like, they just want like, no, but it's just, what's wrong with me helping my brother? She didn't say anything was wrong with helping your brother. Now you're basically being manipulative. You didn't mean to, but it's coming off that way, right? Now you're basically like, you know, emotionally blackmailing. Like, who wants to feel like they didn't help you help their family? Nobody wants to feel that way. So they might even like, okay. But 10 years later, you can still collect, oh. You know, this one is 3 years later, right? Anyway, let's continue. We're doing well. We're going to do overtime, unfortunately. So it is what it is. We're supposed to be 2 hours. Let's do overtime.
My wife is acting strange. My wife was just in the house running because what happened? Okay, let me tell you so you can understand.
Mm-hmm.
I scolded my sister-in-law on the phone. Okay?
What
happened is she asked me to get something for her. So I saw those is true, and I was calling her to verify which one. She was on call and she did not pick. So I was there you go pick your call. It can be emergency. Always pick. So then I said, no, we had an argument. So my wife, when I came back, my wife took it upon herself. Normally, she's not that kind of person. She was not shouting that, why would I be talking to my sister anyhow? That, do I know that she's a married woman? After that, see, let me tell you. Funny, before I got to the house, then my sister, we've seen ourselves. We talked, we said, I said, then my sister, we settled our differences. Stay out of it. Don't forget about that story. Take it go. She did not listen. She was unnecessarily hyper. For me, I felt, could it be that she's taking me?
That's a lot already. I said, let it go. Snap finger, let it go. Oh my days. Oh, I'm laughing because I've been there before. I've been that guy. Oh my God. Let it go. Like snap finger, let it go. Just let it go. Right. Like just snap your finger, just let it go. Right. How did that work out? Did it work out? Did she let it go? Let me hear it.
She was unnecessarily hyper.
Unnecessarily hyper. She was hyper. The same thing goes for you, ladies. He was not unnecessarily angry. He was angry. When you put the unnecessary, you're trying to discount your reality. Your reality is that your wife that you married is showing some type of behavior that threw you off. Hyper, where you describe it. The unnecessary part is like you're saying you're not supposed to be. Well, never mind supposed to be. That's fantasy. The reality is that you have a person who is your wife who is reacting a certain type of way emotionally to something. Let it go. Oh, how did that work out? Well, I don't care. I don't care. If you don't work out, at least I told her the truth. You should tell this woman the truth.
Don't care. Don't care.
Tell them the truth. How did that work out? Not good. You think this woman is in hell right now, as she described? Yes, she is. But so is this guy. So is this guy. Okay. Let's continue.
For me, I felt, could it be that she's taking, I think you are taking this too far.
And that was totally out of character because she said she's a quiet person.
Exactly. And I thought that if it's you, if the girl was reversed, do you think my sister-in-law wants to carry this?
He shock him.
This issue is a small thing. She did not, she was not there. So that night, it got so low that I myself, I said, I went to bed angry. I went to bed. So the next day, what happened is my wife, I woke up in the morning around, let's say 4 to go and pee. So my wife was not around 5 or there, but my wife was not in bed. So when I went to I went to the living room, she was still in the living room. Hey, what's the problem? She was like sad that she started talking about things that happened in Nigeria. She was talking about things of the past. That in Nigeria, you always travel, you know this. She was saying some strange things. And I was like, for babe, all these things that you're saying, normally when I woke up, she will be talking about current things or maybe, oh, babe, that thing that happened yesterday, you know. But she was not things that happened in Nigeria. She started talking about my mom. Well, I still felt okay. Well, maybe she just thought of something that's bothering her. I tried to talk about it, come out, and I was going to work that morning. So because of that, I went to work late. So while I was going to work,
that's a long time.
My elder brother called me and what's up? Where are you? Called working thing. I said, I don't leave us. He said, what's up? I said, no. Then I will talk on my time. He said, another matter of she don't get one. Now, while I was working, my friend called me on the phone on video. He said, bro, I don't know what's wrong with your wife. She just came to the sky and rain on the ground. He said, give her the phone. My wife said that she doesn't want to talk to me. And I said, well, I got scared because she was shouting. And I called our pastor.
So she was basically having like a breakdown.
Right.
A breakdown, thank you. I called my pastor and said, sir, I don't know what's happening to my wife, but help me. She's acting strange. Pastor said, okay, don't worry. Pastor now called my wife. He now said, where are you?
All right, so he's talking about seeking help. He saw a situation that completely confused the hell out of him, completely out of character, as Auntie B put it, and then he shocked him, of course, right? So that would be anybody. I feel for him there. Mario says, and that the foundation of their relationship sounded like cheating. She was with someone else. Yeah, that would do it. But there are many successful marriages that their foundation was that. Let me even shock you.
He shock you.
Most foundations are useless. After you enter, if you love yourselves, you better go back and build a proper foundation. People that say I do, they don't know what they're doing. Okay, it's not until when they enter that the shege will start. All right, so let's just put that aside. But good one that you picked up there. You know, that's something that can absolutely tamper with his ability to trust, or his ability to see her in the right type of light, right? But again, he's also painting a picture that, you know, I came there to save her. I've never really seen that work out well. Okay, these are why Mr. Nice Guys, they're dangerous. Okay, they're dangerous. Not dictionary meaning of nice. Okay, if you need explanation, we'll do another session on that. Okay, let's continue.
Like Uber, exactly. Come and meet me in church now. Pastor told me that Isaac. So she now called me and said, if you know what's good for you, end your job and meet me in pastor's stage.
China, so cool. What up?
I said, please, I cannot continue with this work. You understand?
Yeah.
I can't do it. And I went to the pastor.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my wife she's supposed to get to the church with Uber, but she called us that the Uber stopped her at the train station.
Mm-hmm.
The Gilmore station, right?
Yeah.
The pastor said, okay, Isaac is coming to pick you. And she screamed on the phone. He should not come and pick me. And I said, okay, Isaac, you go. No, let one sister go. So I followed the sister behind. When the sister got to where my wife was, my wife was saying, this man want to kill me. This man want to kill me. They carried the baby from her, and she and his sister were going to the pastor. In front of Piazza, she turned back and saw me coming behind them. I was following them. And she was there to get behind me. I'm still confused. Because of that, I don't call her family. I said, something is happening that is strange.
This is me now at 43. Healed my 8 years of chronic back pain after having kids. Became a...
All right, let me shock you. If you've read our book, which you can see right there, loveandprestige.com, you can download it from there. You can see our full testimony there. I've been through that all. Okay, it was one of the 2 times that I said I can't move forward. Once a person starts saying devil get behind me, or they see your mother, or they see a auntie somewhere and they say they are the one doing them. Listen, when a woman has a mental breakdown, sometimes they even show up as normal. Okay? But one of the easiest things to explain everything to make it sound logical but still spiritual is to say, well, it must be somebody's mother. Or sometimes they will say their own mother. They will say their own mother. You guys have no idea the depth that this thing can go to. Mental health is real low. Wait, why am I saying that? I hate having to sell that. I actually hate selling that. Mental health is not real. Wait until you are weary, okay? It's not real.
Sorry.
Hey Felicia, good to see you, Felicia. Captain Save know you what? They are dangerous because they will resent all of it when there's time that crisis will inevitably come in. It's one of the things that they will keep reminding you. I helped you, I did this, I paid for you, I paid for your father, I saved your family from poverty. Like, Baba, who asked you for that? You see, they are never grateful. Oh God, let's continue.
I don't know what is wrong with them. Then I was talking to the brother. The brother said, the brother said I should switch the camera so you see them. I don't switch the camera. The family were in Nigeria, like on WhatsApp call. He saw the brother said, the mother said, please, she needs to go to the hospital. I don't know, bro, please. The brother called me, bro, take her to the hospital. That was on a Thursday. The mother called me. The father called me, and said, it's possible that it's strange, that she take her to the hospital, take her to the hospital. Pastor was able to calm the situation down. My guy said, I should go and kneel down and beg her. That when we're in Nigeria, that one day I did this. One day.
Imagine your wife come and tell you, come and kneel down and beg her. Is that what I just heard? Yeah, you should just kneel down. Yeah, right. Is it that simple? After you kneel down, is that going to be enough? No. She's having a psychotic breakdown. I don't know what that word is, but she's definitely having some kind of mental breakdown. Okay? She's having a mental breakdown. That's what it is. Okay? D-Love said he drove her crazy. Who else is going to drive you crazy? It's the closest people in your world that will drive you crazy. So I don't know if that carries any weight in this conversation, D-Love. It's your children sometimes will drive you crazy. It's just sometimes it doesn't, for the most part, you won't end up in a psychiatric home. But who here has not had their children drive them feel for a moment like their children is driving them crazy? It's the loved ones in your life that will drive you crazy. If I have to settle for that phrase, drive you crazy, yeah, sure. But yeah, nobody's coming off the street to come and drive you crazy. Let's get used to that. What do we mean by drive? What's the event that's going on? What are the actual events that are going on, right? Those are the things that we need to pay attention to. What are the backstories, right? One thing we know so far is that he was trying to save her. Okay, people that tend to be obsessed with saving a person, they haven't done a good job of taking care of themselves. They will resent it. Or there's nothing wrong with helping your person. There's nothing wrong, but you better make sure you're not pouring from an empty cup, because you will. Oh my God, you will resent all of it later on. I have a feeling that's part of what's going on with her too. That's why she's mentioning 3,300. They came to stay with me. I support them. She felt drained. She probably felt unappreciated, in addition to postpartum or whatever else terminologies you can use out there, right? Bottom line is that life drove her crazy by way of the closest people to her. That's not a crime. If your spouse ever say you drove me crazy, right? You don't have to overreact to that. You should be like, well, how can I help? Because they're not saying anything new. It's the people closest to you that will tend to make you feel like they drive you crazy. What else is going on? How can I help mitigate? This is real life. Life is tough, but it's beautiful. That's why we're here. It's beautiful. If you can figure these things out, especially all these little words, if you can figure out how you're telling yourself stories that's making the experience even worse for yourself, I think you'll be able to mitigate even better. Let me see here. So I agree with she was having a psychotic breakdown, if it's what I think it is. Akinta, you must be a man. Many women date psych home due to mental and emotional abuse. I agree. Okay. Now, this is the part where a man will come back and say, well, many men have committed the ultimate because of the shege they received from a woman. The conversation never ends. We never get to what's actually important. Because both sides are correct. They're true. Right? Both of them are true. Because men will bottle it up. They will bottle it up. Go and look at the stats. It's everywhere. You see more noise about that, right? She says, MOP, he literally fingered her brain and drove her nuts. That's literally what your loved ones do. Literally. I know. Like, wait, what? Yeah, that's what they do. That's literally what they do. What are you talking about? Your children. Am I crazy? What's the title? Wait. Do I know what I'm talking about? I am not crazy. I know what I'm talking about, right? Is it only me that have experienced this? That you feel like the closest person, your mother, your father, they're driving you nuts, fingering your brain. Like she said, right? The awareness is key in all of this. That's actually the first step in all of this. That's the first step, the awareness of our reality. That's just what it is. How do you know? And that's the question I'm asking. We drive ourselves crazy. If you're in each other's life, you drive each other crazy. That's just what it is. That's why I said, especially if you have a bunch of strangers coming into your household for 6 months, you call them brother. So the other person is supposed to automatically think, and they won't feel some type of way someday when they find their toothpaste in the other side of the room. And you never prepared for this. You collect now. Pointing fingers and all isn't a solution. Akintayo, you're a man. There's no way you're not a man. They got you earlier. You didn't say a kind word about her. He is done with the marriage, it seems. No, it's not done with the marriage. It's not done with the marriage. He might have said, no, instead of separation, what I want is divorce. People say that. It doesn't mean it doesn't sow a seed, a bad seed, but that's probably, it doesn't sound like it's done with the marriage. When people are actually done with a marriage, they're indifferent. They're just numb. That's how you know when the person is actually done with a marriage. So many people have left a marriage 10 years ago. They're not done with that marriage. They're not numb. They're not like, They're not like, I'm glad I went through that experience. I learned a lot. They're like, that person is evil. Go near them. Oh. That's how you know they're not really done. They're not done, right? That person, you'll be shocked. He go shock you one day. 19 years later, they'll be like, oh yeah, he kind of...
He shock you.
That interrupted me. It will shock you. Like they've always fantasized about the perfect scenario where they will come back one day. They never did the work, and they will show themselves shaggy, because that's not going to work out well. The point I'm making is that people are not doing the work. They're not. They are using common sense to do marriage. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can see it everywhere. You can see the epidemic everywhere. But let's get back to this gist. Shout out to Auntie B. She's doing well. She's doing well. Let's get back to it.
I did this. I started doing that in front of pastor in the church. I begged her, yeah, I'm sorry. She said, okay, that she's fine. Let's go home. And I told my pastor, I'm scared. I told my pastor, because I've never felt like that. I'm scared of going home. Don't worry, go home. I'm scared. Don't worry, go take your wife home. We entered the car. As we were driving home, my wife started abusing me. She abused me from business till we got to clean up. And when we got to the house, she was still abusing me.
Did I hear that correct? Did he say my wife started abusing me? Is that what he said just now? Let me rewind small.
I'm scared. Don't worry, go take your wife home. We entered the car. As we were driving home, my wife started abusing me. She abused me from...
Why can't it be? See, these are the problems. These are the problems with all these words that we're throwing around. You got to be careful with all these words you're throwing around. That's the beauty of this book. Once you start reading this book, you're going to feel refreshed. Okay? You're going to instant relief from the first few pages. Instant relief. Instant relief from the first few pages. I am convinced without any shadow of doubt that people are exhausting themselves with terminologies, even when it's as simple as abuse. Why can't it be as simple as my wife started beating me? She started throwing hands and started trying to beat me, slapping me. Why can't it be that simple? What does my wife started abusing me? That's sounds to me like a man who is trying to play equal. He's trying to match the energy. Since everybody is saying abuse, let me just use abuse too. So they can feel the heat of abuse. We can feel the heat already. If somebody is throwing hands, we can understand what you actually mean, right? But you also say it seems like the person is already going off. They're losing their mind. These are part of the problems. He didn't know what he was doing. So when you have a person that has a mental health condition issues and you have a person who didn't know what they were doing, combine that together. What do you think you're going to have? What do you think you're going to have? Akintayo and D-Love are still going at it. We're listening to him now. For me, he only supported what the wife said. Yes, my children drive me beyond crazy too. So it's normal craze in this realm. No. Link that back to expectations, and then it will start making sense to you. It is not normal for you to start feeling like somebody is driving you crazy. But when you are aware that human interactions will cause friction, you seek help in the proper places, right? You seek help in the right ways, as opposed to, oh no, that person's trying to be evil. No, human collaborations will create friction. It's a period. That's on period. That's always period. Now, how that shows up is always going to feel like one person have an up over the other person. Of course, depending on what side you're reading from, right? It's going to feel like somebody is taking advantage of the other person, right? As a fact of life, that can be correct. If you start seeing bruises on people, you know that's correct, right? But oftentimes when we're talking about an emotional level, right? Obviously, the side you can relate with the most will be the underdog. In fact, you can relate with them because to you, that's the underdog, right? If you're aware of all of this, you can be a little bit close. As a human being, you can't be objective, but you can be closer to objective, to observe what's going on, especially when it's your own case. It's impossible to objective. You feel how you feel, right? But the awareness goes a long way, helps you seek help in the right places. Because there's more than enough people that will relate with you, with your pain. They're not necessarily going to help you. You know, misery loves company, right? They're not necessarily going to help you. They will agree with your bias, and you will enjoy the funky place. Long term, you're going to feel exhausted still, and problem not solved, right? My kids drive me nuts yesterday, my goodness. But your expectation of your kids is that they're kids, right? So you're not going to keep staying in driving you nuts. You do something with regards to your expectation. You do something that aligns with your expectation to stop them from driving you nuts, right? You don't jump onto social media on Instablog Nigeria and say they're driving you nuts. You don't do that. I think Nigeria way of saying insulting, just guessing. What do you mean? Nigeria way of insulting. What do you mean? LOL, I'm telling you, the guy is a storyteller and telling on himself by using buzzwords. Abuse. You know what? I told you now. But it's incompetence. Okay. At this point, I don't think he's an evil person. I think she feels like he's an evil person. She felt what she felt. Okay. But I think it's incompetence. I think he doesn't know what he's doing. And it's no wonder. Okay, especially when you have a woman with a mental health issue, okay? He didn't manage the situation properly. No, he didn't. Precisely, I can tell you. Like Jeezy. Well, what did Jeezy do? What are we talking about? How did Jeezy enter this conversation? Ola, I think he expressed it the Nigeria way when he used the word abuse. He did? Did I hear Yoruba? I didn't hear it.
From business, we go to clinic. When we go to the house, she will say, abusing me. I forgot, is it my phone or something? Just to go downstairs, speak to him, come and my wife locked me outside. That's why I sleep outside. So, when I was outside, she was not making call, calling different people. And I called the family that live around. I said, my wife has locked me outside. They said, why? They came outside with that. They now call down the phone. So, they now beg that she allow me come to the house. They talked to her. She said, look, I'm coming. She is still strange. She's still like came to me. I said, okay, I took you to the house.
Oh.
That day. That's it.
Oh, thank you. See? In real time. That's what Marriott is calling me out on. Language. He was abusing me. Me. All right. Okay, that makes sense. He was abusing me. He was open me. That means he was raining curses, was cursing me out, swearing at me, right? So imagine if I was married to him and he said he was abusing me, I would get into an argument, right? And I start arguing like, no, I never did, right? See, it's simple now. It's easy to say, thank God I know the abuse part. Okay? Some people don't know. So it's like, but why are you getting mad? What do you mean I'm mad? Why are you calling me mad? Auntie just came right off the boat 3 months ago. So when you say mad, she's thinking weary. You're saying she's angry. Don't act like you've never seen that before. These are some of the issues. They are very mild issues. It ends people up. If you have enough of it, you will end up in divorce court. Okay? How do you resolve this? Abuse me. What do you mean I'm abusing you? What do you mean? I mean, all those names you were calling me. Oh, that's what you meant by abuse? Well, you shouldn't be calling me names. Oh, you're right. I should be calling you names. But at least you recalibrated before you start to solve problems. Many people don't calibrate before they solve problems. They just solve problems from a generalized, oversimplified standpoint. But that's a good one in real time. Thank you. I was Americanized. Oh, I know what abuse is. Oh, Jesus shall know me. But you see the issue, okay? But I thought maybe it was trying to play equal. Some people do that too. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's continue. That was hilarious.
Thursday, right? On Friday morning around 4 a.m., I woke up because my mind was not resting.
That's funny.
So did she allow you into the house that night? How did you resolve it? Were you able to calm her down?
Yes, she allowed me to the house. With that family,
that's a mess.
And myself, we talked about okay, she has no problem. Now before she wanted to sleep in the other room, but I now sleep in our room. She's no problem. Now that morning, I now woke up around 4 a.m. The wife was not in bed. I now came to the parlor. I saw her sitting by the window, looking outside and crying.
D-Love.
What's the problem? She was not talking. She was abusing her father. Abusing her father, abusing her ex. She even told me that she gave birth to her child. That day, I did not. What's the problem? She was not talking. She was abusing her father.
Abusing her father.
Abusing her ex. She even told me that she gave birth to her child. That day, I did not go to work. We were talking till the morning. My brother came. That couple that took me to the house that night, they came together. The wife came. My wife said, you have to get out of my house.
Okay, so just because not summarize, but because I know it's a whole lot that happened, what made you take her to the hospital eventually?
So what made me take her to she now said she feel like jumping the window with our baby.
Mm-hmm.
I got scared. And I called GP.
All right, what do you guys think about that part? He said, according to his own story, okay, I don't see too many painting picture for him, but I see, because men generally don't do painting pictures. Women will paint better pictures. That's why they're women, right? But I see that he's narrating what transpired, okay, in actualities, but he's still disconnected from what could cause all of this stuff at an emotional level, right? So what do you think about what he just said? Let me play that again.
What that happened? What made you take her to the hospital eventually?
So what made me take her to she now said she feel like jumping the window with our baby. I got scared.
Do you believe she did that? Let me ask everyone in the chat. Do you believe she did that? Listen, it's not court of law. You're not indicting anybody. Just tell me what you believe. Do you believe she did that or she didn't do that? Let me get some consensus. If you believe she did say that, put a 1. If you believe she did not say that and is outrightly lying, put a 2 in the chat. If you believe that she did that, 1. If you believe she didn't, put a 2 in the chat. I'm going to take that as a 2, D-Love. D-Love is undefeated. She says, so all the people that abuse her in one way and the other, he was cursing them out. Like she said, episode. That's an episode. D-Love say 2. Elo says 2. Chinye says 1. Adama says 1. That's 50-50. That's 50-50. We got another 1. That's 60-40. We got a 60-40. We got a 80. No, we got a 60-40. We got a 60-40. Is that 60-40? Yes. 60-40. There should be a better way to do polls here. I believe she added up to here. She lost it. That would be a 1. Well, you already gave me your 1. Yes. Right? So we got a 60-40. There's about 37 people watching us live. Shout out to all the 49 likes. I appreciate you. Right? So we got a 60-40 poll here, right? Her cup was full. Yes. We got a 60-40, right? There's not enough samples, but let's just take that, right? If I had mind to it, That would make it a 80, right? Almost 80. Well, let me do the math. Like that would be 4 to 2, right? A 4 to 2 is like, she was done, right? When people are done, right? When people have history or the kind of history that she has, if we believe him, right? I believe he was a Captain Save and it's not equipped for what he was trying to do, right? Now let's go back to what she said. She said they said I tried to kill myself. How many times maybe Adama can help us, that she sounds like she's connected to that angle professionally. How many times do you need to say that you start threatening that you're going to hurt yourself and other people? The baby is a people. That's a whole human being. How many times do you have to say that before you can potentially get locked up? Right? This board now, Jerome, no, it's not enough samples. I know. I know, go agree. Right? How many times do you have to say that before the authorities, unfortunately, sadly, can't trust that you are safe to be out? Right? Princess said you only need to say it one time. Well, obviously, that's aligning with the way you're acting and all this kind of stuff. Also, when you align that with it, there's a good chance you probably said it more than once if you've truly lost it. Right? I keep telling you, these issues are competence. People simply don't know what they're doing. Okay? And that's normal. If you are that person, you don't have to feel shamed. You don't have to feel like an anomaly. That's actually normal today because there's an epidemic of marriages ending everywhere. Forget marriage. People are dating each other and ghosting each other random willy-nilly because they can't trust. They're broken. They have guards up. The guards are so high. They can't be vulnerable enough for a romantic relationship to thrive. Right? And yet they are trying to do it. So they end up in it, they end it in 3 years. Where's the surprise? Why is everybody shocked? Right? About twice, but with a baby who once is enough. Right? One time with actions, you're gone. That's fair. Because at the end of the day, you live in a society. The society, the public has to be protected. We're not going to just listen to like, I can't, don't lock him up. No, we're locking you up if you're dangerous for society. Even when you're right.
You doing what?
Let's continue.
She's acting on like I just said. It's like any threat to life. That's the question. And I said yes. She said she wants to jump. They said take her to AAU and take back her. Meanwhile, while my wife was going through, my wife was telling me that I have NPD. She called me on in that I need to go for therapy. So I now came to her when she was angry that morning. I said, babe, guess what? She said, what is it? I said, I called. They said I can come for therapy now. I said, really? I said, and they said I should call my partner. That is how I treat her.
So you tricked her to the hospital?
Yes.
Because they asked you, is there any threat to life? That's why you tricked her to the hospital. Did you actually believe that she was going to do something to herself or your baby at that point? Be honest.
See, the truth is, like I told you, I was confused. And for a woman that started acting.
No, the answer is not Shalaye, brother. The answer is not another section of the Shalaye.
We go explain. Because
the answer is that I'm not taking chances. We'll figure everything else out later. I'm not taking chances. I'm going to go seek help. The same thing you should be doing with marriage in general and relationships. I'm not taking chances. Do I believe? No, I don't believe, but I'm not taking chances. I don't want to believe that. That's my wife. But when you look at all the activities that he's been describing, When you combine that with the way she narrated the story, you and I can see the truth in between now, Abby. We can't see it yet. We can see that this was a very dysfunctional situation and she's done. Mental breakdown. Mental breakdown. I'm not taking chances. There's too much going on. Why would anyone ever say they want to jump my baby? Like, I'm not taking chances. You don't want me. It should have been straightforward like that, but he's giving up himself. He's telling on himself with this engagement of Shalaye. It demonstrates to me more so that this is a person that just didn't know what they're doing. Okay?
For like a normal step and said she wants to jump out of the window with child.
That's not normal.
Or no person that will sit down and just fold his hands. Let me tell you what happened. You don't have the real part why they admitted her. I'll tell you. They now went to the hospital. The more we enter the
Most people have
all right, let's pay some bills to Auntie B a little bit.
To make money on Amazon.
Let's get that playing out all the way. Let's pay some bills to Auntie B. Shout out to Auntie B. Let's see. Shio Mama says you don't get locked up for saying that. No, you don't get locked up, but I'm taking you to the hospital though. I agree that, you know, that's why I was course correcting. I say, well, when you align that with some other actions, I'm taking your ass to the hospital. And the way I will bundle you, if you're still inside of the sick bed for 28 days, you might turn around to Instablock Nigeria and claim that I was physically abusing you. Somebody might get bruised while I'm trying to bundle you into the car, right? Well, let me take that back. If this is Yankee, like we're here, I would definitely call 911. We're not doing that, okay? I'm not calling the police on you. I'm calling the police and the paramedics on you. I'm not going to do the bundle, so I'll take that back for that, you know. If it's Nigeria, I'm bundling you to the hospital. Yeah, we're not going to take that risk. I mean, look at all the activities so far. You have a mental breakdown. We have a terrible marriage at best. At best. Right? No, but we're not going to hurt ourselves. We want to be here tomorrow. We want to be here tomorrow so that we can have a chance to fix this issue. Because we've shown ourselves shaggy. We've been fingering each other's brain, like D-Love said. We've driven ourselves nuts and crazy. Welcome to the real world. If that's happening to you, you're not abnormal. The only thing I'm going to tell you is that you need to rise above normal and call for help. Seek help. Okay? Seek help. Okay? You're not abnormal. Okay? You're not abnormal. The best of us has happened to us because we often go into marriage without being properly prepared. We couldn't be properly prepared. We can't. If anybody told us what is inside of marriage, we could not comprehend it. Couldn't it make sense? Right? Couldn't it make sense? Anyway, we've paid enough bill. Let's skip now. I think it's almost done. Let's get back to. It's gonna play another one. Okay, let's just skip that.
There's a reception where there's a class. You talk to people on the other side. I just went to them. I said, "Hello." My wife just pushed me. She used her hand, started hitting the glass. Bah.
Mm-hmm.
I need help. She was now screaming and shouting.
In the hospital.
She now sat on the floor. I was shouting and screaming.
Mm-hmm.
And saying, everybody here, you are all racist.
Mm-hmm.
She was now abusing everybody.
Mm-hmm. That's when you just got to the hospital or after
Immediately we entered the hospital.
Mm-hmm. So she had a proper meltdown at that point.
Safety first.
She just sat down.
Did she know that she was in hospital? Did you now explain? You know you tricked her. You said you tricked her. But when you got there, obviously from the...
I told her that
they are going to the hospital. That's not tricking her. If that's what he's saying. It's a hospital. Remember? Mental health. Right? Every big hospital have a mental health department. The ones I've seen, they're usually somewhere in the basement, somewhere right next to the emergency room, like in the corner, right? They're all locked down. They're on lockdown, right? And you see all types of people there. Normal people, people that seems very normal, but they're in there, right? Have you ever been to a mental health clinic too, where they come for health? You see all types of people, right? The ones that's obvious, the one that's maybe they're depressed, anything like that, chronic depression, stuff like that. There's so many things, right? The brain is the most powerful organ in the body, so you can only imagine, right? You don't have to know all that, right? But just imagine it, right? The most powerful organ in the body, right? So so far it makes sense to me, especially she's showing out in front of securities and everybody's trying to. It makes sense so far to me. It makes sense to me. And when she's still locked in for 28 days, it makes sense to me that she's trying to set herself free by any means. Right? She's trying to be free. We all want to be free. Right? She probably will go in and out of it too, right? Who knows? We don't know. We don't know. What I can tell you, as far as the lesson is concerned right now, number one, please stop trying to use common sense to do marriage. It doesn't work. There's more. You're dealing with another human being entirely, at least another whole human being. In addition to having to know yourself. Usually you don't know yourself when you go into a marriage. You can try, but you don't know yourself. You don't know what you don't know. You don't know yourself until at least 7 years inside of the marriage. Okay? You don't know yourself. So stop trying to use common sense to do marriage. Okay? The other lesson here right now is that much is expected from the leader. To whom much is given, much is expected. If you're a leader, once you enter marriage, I know that story that you couldn't kiss. Maybe things have changed. Maybe her breath was kicking that day. I don't know. Who knows, right? Right? But that's a bad sign from the get-go, right? But let's just assume that everything has been good, because it sounds like a guy who wanted to love, but he just didn't know what he was doing. Well, ignorance is not an excuse. There's a bunch of men running around the internet talking out of their ass when it comes to marriage. Literally. Oh, yeah. That emotional intelligence was made up by women and white people. Shut your ass up. You sound stupid. At this point, like, come on, it's 2023. You sound stupid. Right? Anyway, let's continue.
Mm-hmm.
She knows we are going to the hospital.
Right.
But she cannot, you know what? But she felt to her, if I tell her that let's go to the hospital, I will make things worse. Because
right.
People, you said what?
I said when she got to the hospital, she now obviously knew that you were taking her to the hospital when you got to the hospital.
She knew from the house that we're going to go. I told her we're going to therapy.
Right.
Okay? But she knew we're going to give her therapy. But to her, we're going for therapy.
Right.
Now, when we got to, immediately we entered the hospital, I think there's CCTV footage.
Yes. So she started doing all these things. Yeah.
She started praying, rolling on the floor, shouting.
Mm-hmm.
The doctors came and they surrounded the girl. They were trying to Helen, they was her name Helen. They tried to calm her down. They tried their best to calm her down. She now come out for a wee while.
Now she won't listen because she's probably doing exactly D-Love. She's doing the dramatic thing that Nigerian women do. Right? You know? Let me tell you something. When some men come and cry wolf, they call the police on me. They call the police on me. How can you go to Jackpot marriage and they call the policemen on you? As always, okay? As always, the best case scenario is that the best case scenario, according to your story, if you're a man that a police had been called on you, the best case scenario is that you were just being a perfect man. Nothing. It's just that they put women over men in America, so they just decided to lock me up. I didn't even do nothing. That's best case scenario. I agree with you. It's unlikely. Okay? It's not likely. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No. Right? What's more probable is your worst case scenario, the actual truth. Somewhere in between the extreme and the other extreme, where they saw your conduct and they can't take a chance. They can't leave you out here for the weekend. They will lock you up, and then Monday you see the judge, and then they will determine if you can go home, okay? Because the police was even trying to calm you down, right? Or they look at the body and she has a scratch on her body. You're right, she's probably scratched herself. You're probably correct. But the scratches on her body, as far as they can see, they're like, yeah, we gotta take you in, bro. Give me your hands. It's the same thing. They can't take it. That's how developed societies work. Before we found out the truth, somebody will say I'm Americanized again. Right? Sometimes you'll be traumatized for a weekend, maybe 28 days, right? Is it her fault? No, it's not a matter of fault. It's just how society works, right? What we can do is, what do we learn from this? How do we help her? How do we get her support so that she can manage her situation, her mental health, so that she doesn't end up with this kind of breakdown again? Then the other thing we can do is that this man needs to realize that he has a lot on his plate. He's not going to escape with divorce, because this is his ex-wife at the minimum. He's going to have to learn how to manage this. And life can still be beautiful, I promise you. I don't guarantee it, okay? Because I can't guarantee the way you behave. I can't guarantee that you follow my instructions. But life can still be beautiful, right? We've all been through some of the worst, all right? Anyway, let's continue.
They gave her something to make her sleep.
Yes.
She slept.
Mhm.
Like, they not get her, she slept. Then when she woke up from that sleep, you know, I quickly went to like carry to check on Zoe, because they said I can come back, that she needs to rest. So I went home. I came back after like 45 to 1 hour time, right? When I came back, I came out with my elder brother. I now noticed that she was not there. So when she was not there, babe, I'm here. I said, okay. I said, they changed. She now said, I noticed that police was everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
She said she was just fighting with everybody.
Okay, sorry, Isaac. I need to ask you this. Have you ever heard of postpartum or postnatal depression before?
I know. Yes.
Okay. So.
They said when she woke up, she became very, very agitated and became worse. And they had to involve the police.
Mm-hmm.
So police came, but it took the effort of the police to still calm her down.
Right.
They said they have to admit her.
And you say you've never seen her like this before in the 3 years you've been married.
Since she was born, the mother said she was born, you can have the family.
Right.
Since she was born, she has never been like this. I'm telling you.
So something happened. Okay. So they sectioned her now, right?
Obviously.
At this point, with the police and everybody gathered, right? And they put her in the hospital.
Yeah, 28 days assessment.
Right. Okay. Before
28 days assessment.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Isaac.
wow.
You've been very.
I think Adana said that earlier. Yes. Wow. See, he just admitted to setting her up. She didn't know it was a psych evaluation. He told her therapist. You see, the man and demon. Auntie. Whatever. I'm bundling you. If you say anything about taking my baby, our baby, bro, I'll do whatever I have to do to get you help. Okay. If I feel free to call me, set up. Okay, we will sort that out later. The only thing I won't do is come and be acting like I'm innocent. Okay, no one is innocent. In fact, who is innocent does not matter. We are all collecting. Especially those young babies. I don't know how many babies they have. Those children are collecting water right now. That's the reality. So the last thing I want to do is paint a picture where I'm innocent, especially if I'm the one that's outside of the hospital or outside of a lockdown, right? What I'll be doing is trying to do everything in my power to protect my family. But sometimes when you feel emotionally tampered with, you feel the need to chalaye. And you know how that ends. Not very well.
We go explain, because no evidence.
Yeah, not very well. Because it's never enough. If he comes to this stage right now and start explaining to me, he can explain for 7 hours. He will only give me more ammunition to drag him, And I don't mean to drag him, but I'm sniffing like in between. There's one thing I'm sniffing all the way through. It comes down to one thing: incompetence. You don't know what you're doing, right? Because, I know emotional intelligence is so far from us, but it's a requirement. I'm sorry. It's just a requirement now. Sorry. I know everything should be pragmatic, 1 and 0. It's either you are right or wrong. I'm sorry, that's not good enough anymore. It's just not. Okay? It's never been good if you ask me, but Ashiri Mama 2 right now, on like instantly, 3 months, you'll be left. And you don't see it coming. And then you run into the internet. Run into the internet, you cry to us. And it get worse. There will be more than enough people that can relate with you, because remember, it's an epidemic. So misery loves company. And you might never be able to solve the problem. You just live in misery for a long time. And the damages are great. You don't get away with it. It just gets worse and worse and worse. Right? I think she's actually lucky that she actually had a breakdown. Because now, like, is that bad? Okay, we need to engage help. Some people never get to that breakdown point. They stay like in a very sweet spot middle. And they will die and dress in gaily. And they come to weddings and you think they are normal. But they have a very sweet spot where they are maintaining. Or they are showing themselves shaggy. So some of their children are teenagers and above, and they've given up and said, those ones, they call that marriage. I will never be married. God forbid. If this is what they call marriage, I will never be married. Right? Let's continue.
Gracious, I appreciate your time. I want to ask you something that Helen said, because we've been talking quite a lot about how the behavior she described about how you treated her since you got to the UK. She said something particularly that made me, I don't even know how I felt about it. When she had the baby after a very long and protracted labor, and she got the emergency CS, she said when she got discharged home that you told her to go and make noodles for you. And the next day you told, and it was your friend that made the noodles. And the next day you say, now so you go to now for that, go cook.
Can I tell you something? This is a fatal life.
It's not to shalaye.
Very hard protection. Myself, Isaac, and Pastor. Now me, they kneel down for toilet, clean hell in one. That is why when I see stories like this, it pains me, because this is total lie.
So the issue of the noodles didn't happen.
You see how he's saying it's a lie? I'm more concerned about the fact that he's saying it's a lie. That is a problem. That's a problem. Yes, even if it's an actual lie. Like as in like, oh, that one is 1 and this one is 0. So that's actually a lie. Right? That's a problem. That's a man that lacks game. I don't know what to tell you. Okay? Okay? So even if she had problems on her own before, he will help it get worse. Right? Let's get back to the pastor. Before we go to that, Shemama says, not 100% sure. This man, in my view, is not trying to help. He couldn't help. He needs to know what he's doing before he can help. Right? And not matured enough, but needs evidence to leave the marriage later. It's not that intentional. You're giving him too much credit. It's not intentional. If he's actually looking for evidence to leave the marriage later, I'll say, bro, why are you wasting your time? Just leave. Right? I think you're giving him too much credit. It's incompetence. He really thinks he's doing something to help, but he's not able to help. He doesn't know what he's doing. Right? He did well with the safety measure. Like he saw something and like, just take her to the hospital, whatever we have to do to get her to the hospital. He did that part. But all the emotional nuances of it, yeah, he just didn't know. He didn't know any better. Like many, many men today, okay? Like majority of them, dare I say. Prove to their daughter that he mom was crazy. No, I don't think it's that intentional. I don't think most people are that intentionally evil either. I don't think so. I'm not giving them an out. I'm telling you what it really is. It's lack of competence. People don't know what they're doing. Okay? So yes, they will come off as they are evil. Right? In fact, they will do evil things when they are because they're moving mad, remember? But the source of it is incompetence. Right? When people give up, when they're done, after they don't collect shege or they dish each other shege, they'll do all kind of crazy stuff. So one side is always going to look at the other person as wicked. I get it. But that's not the issue. That's why there's epidemic everywhere. Hola, he will probably throw it in our face. Very true, man. We went into the marriage with lots of ignorance. Yeah, we don't. It's not a choice. It's just what it is, right? We do that. We literally do exactly that. We don't know what we're doing. And if they told us, there's no way we could really comprehend it, because you need to start experience. You need to know. You need to have frame of reference to know what they're talking about. All right. The pastor was it for me. Pastor this, pastor that. Yeah, it's that bringing that pastor into it is why. You're the man of that relationship, right? Say I, I, right? Say I, right? That's why I'm not paying attention to anything pastor this, pastor that. All of that is coming off as shalaye to me, right? But remember, if he's right, he's right. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? If his story is true, then yes, it was a safety measure. The problem is I don't think his story is true. No, he made it clear that he said it was going to, what is it, AAU? I don't know what that is. But he sounded like he did what he had to do to get her to help. Help for him. Because that's his family, right? And his wife literally just say, I want to jump off the building with our baby. No, we're not taking chances on that, right? Let's keep going.
It never happened. Let me tell you what happened. See, our pastor is someone that is based in the US and the UK, right? So when he's here, while we were there, pastor sleeps by 4 a.m. He stays awake at 3 by 4 a.m. and he wakes up by 3, 4 in the afternoon. This fateful day, I was at work. My wife was at home. My wife called me, said, I said, I have bought some junks. That's why I said, what else? He said, she has bought this one and she's hungry. And I said, oh, big. Because pastor has told us that there's.
Hello, Queen. Are you wanting to?
All right, let's pay some bills.
About losing your income or possibly risking your livelihood? It's time.
Let's pay some bills. Yeah. Let's see. What did I miss so far? Let me see. Okay. All right, let's continue. Let's go ahead and skip that.
Always cook. Don't wait for me.
Hold on. You said pastor told you that there's. Are you living? We were living in the pastor's house.
After my wife delivered, we went to stay in pastor's house for 2 weeks after we had our baby.
Okay, so.
We don't know. We are new to this thing.
Right. So you were staying with the pastor, and the pastor said, "Feel free to cook whatever you like." Did you cook for her when she came home?
No. Pastor was the one cooking for tea. There's food in the fridge. Pastor said, "Feel free to take food from the fridge."
You said there's hold on, Isaac. Now you said pastor said there's soup in the fridge.
Oh my God!
Did you boil rice or noodles for her? That's what I'm asking.
It's a no.
Answer the question now, bro.
Oh my God.
Not direct question. I say you talk.
That is a no. The no is not a crime. What is actually more of a crime is a shalaye. All right, that's obviously a no. If it was a yes, it would be straight up yes, obviously, because he's a good guy, right? So this is clearly a no, right? The no is not a crime. The shalaye is the crime with respect to competence, with respect to skills, with respect to having game. You did not cook. It is not a crime that you did not cook. The circumstances around it, there's so many things happening in any given marriage. So many. Yes, it could be you're a wicked person, you never cook for your wife. And it could be the best case scenario, which is, hey, she's having all this episode, so she's reflecting on so many things. Listen, there might be a moment, maybe I was busy or something like that. But no, I did not cook. I actually can't remember what she's talking about. If you say anything more than that, mashallah, no evidence. Hey, you will tell you, hey, these people don't get it. They just need to be right, Shani.
Explain.
No evidence. Let's continue.
Talk say she get infection, and I agree with you. I'm not disparaging what you are saying. I know they did, What I'm saying is that you said this woman has been through, it's obvious her body has been through quite a lot. You've been man, so you can never understand, but we women understand. I'm a mother, so I know. Do you understand? She has been through quite a lot. Pregnancy, difficult delivery, emergency CS. Now you've even told us that she had an infection. So eventually she got home. When she got home, you people went to pastor's house. Did you cook for her?
Several times. Most of the time, it's pastor that was doing it. Let me tell you something.
Don't care, still don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
We don't care if you cook for her, bro. We really don't. We really don't. Ultimately, we don't. And the only reason why we're talking about that is because we're trying to get to the bottom of what's happening with that relationship before, right? Several times, BT Bawu. We don't care. All right. We don't care. I can tell you with my full chest, okay? I've tried to cook for my wife before. That's where we end that story. All right. No, I have not cooked for my wife several times. Okay. My wife will even tell you first that she's still singing songs about how my father cooked for her. Okay. We don't care. That's not the issue. Right. It's just one of the many things she's complained about. Right. And why is she complaining about you didn't cook? That's the why that we need to know. What is the bigger why? Right? What led to this mental breakdown is really something we can't really discover, but that's what we're really talking about. Because there's so many things that can lead down to it. If a woman feels exhausted, along with baby care, caring for you, having to take care of, yes, she has to take care of those other family because she's the mother of that household. She will have to take care of them directly or indirectly. If she gets exhausted, yes, she can have a mental breakdown. The measure of where you get to where you have mental breakdown is different from people to people. The threshold is different for everybody. She can just experience one day and break down. Some people will experience multiple years before they break down, right? We don't care. Bottom line is that there was a mental breakdown, right? And part of the thing she narrated is that you never cook for her. Listen, I listen. That's something I wish we can come back home and then we can start working on those things. See how I can help her. Alleviate some of those pressure from her. We've been through a lot. I'll be honest with you, but just pray for us. But right now she's locked down for 28 days. I just hope that they can give her proper assessment so she can come home so we can seek the proper help that we need. It's all a lie. That's all false, bro. That's part of that's a major part of the problem with that marriage. That's a major part of the problem with that marriage. How do I know? Because I've been there. I've done that. I know. Okay? You've been married for 3 years? Oh, you just started. Yeah, right. By the way, there are people that have been married for 20 years that don't know any better. Okay? 20, 25, 35 years. Okay? So it's not a matter of number of years. It's a matter of the quality of those years. Okay? But let's continue.
If I cook for her several times, I do this for her.
Yeah, I didn't say several times. I said when you got home, because you said the
that
pastor
day,
said there's soup and stew in the
that
fridge.
Day.
I said, did you boil rice? Because remember you told me that she said, have you eaten? That she's hungry. She said that. And she's a nursing mother. She just had a baby.
Okay.
So in your heart of heart, Isaac, between you and God, and I know that it wasn't easy for you because I want to believe that this is your first time having a baby as well, right?
Undefeated D-Love.
So you are a first-time daddy. I'm not judging you, but I just want you to look inwards.
That's what I meant by we don't care.
Honestly say that when
no judgments.
After all the
relax
that she went through, and yourself included, trying to support, working and everything, you finally got discharged from hospital. You went to the pastor's house. Can you honestly say that you were caring for her immediately because she said she was hungry?
This day that she said she was hungry, it's not immediately we went to pastor's house. It's like after we have been pastor's house for like 1 week. One of the days, it's not actually that day we went to pastor's house. So let me just correct it so that you understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
He wants to make it accurate. Accurate, Shalaye. It will never be accurate. Ever.
is it the pastor that was cooking for her, or the pastor's wife, or yourself?
Pastor already have ready-made food in the fridge.
It's not myself.
That includes boiled rice, noodles, and all that, or it's just soup and stew?
No, there's nothing like noodles. Nothing like clear like bread. That one's not existing. I want to tell you what happened.
All right.
Okay.
The only thing that happened.
I have question too, sir, ma. As we have question too. What type of noodles was it? Was it the one inside a cup or the one inside of a sachet? Abi is Naija Indomie? Is it Naija Indomie? Abi noodles America? Please, somebody can somebody tell us which type of noodles is it, so we can get in deeper to the more accuracy of this shalaye. Can somebody help me with that? Anybody in the chat can help me. Was it a cup noodles, a sachet noodles, or Naija Indomie? Is Naija Indomie still classified as noodles? I'm lost a long time. So, is this still noodles? Is this still called noodles? Somebody help us here, so we can get through the accuracy of this explanation or mansplaination. Mansplain. Can somebody tell us? Anybody want to tell us what type of noodles this is? Hey.
We go explain.
Don't care, still don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Oh, beauty.
When women show you, you find yourself, when they show you shaggy, you find yourself sounding shalaye. And you're like, when did I become this? Why am I doing this much explanation? It's not tired yet. Let's continue. Let's continue. It's a lot. I know some of you probably have to go and come back later, but I encourage you to wait through, because the interactive life is the best. It's the best. Anyway,
continue.
Let's do it.
This day, when I was leaving the house in the morning, usually my wife, when she gave birth, she does not eat everything. Because yes, she eats just small. Now, this day, right, usually she waits for pastor to wake up if I'm not in the house, because I work on this and then I'm at home. If I'm not in the house, she waits for pastor. When pastor wake up, pastor has to make our particular tea, right? Then pastor.
This pastor must be young. Is he young? He doesn't have a life of his own.
You leave by 5 a.m. and come back by 10. So there was no time for you to care for her then because of your work schedule, right?
No, it is shift pattern. When she delivered, I took like leave.
Okay.
You took a leave.
My name is Lulu LaFortune. I'm a furniture designer in Los Angeles, and for the last 5.
All right. The shalaye thing is an indication of a couple that have basically drained themselves from a lot of arguments too. Okay, it's either it's argument, but if she's that quiet and she's not engaging, she will obviously feel manipulated and she will feel like he's controlling. Right? The result of that is not good either. So that's what it tells me, if anything. Now, if you're doing over shalaye, it's just as bad as you tend to shut down. Right? The sweet spot is somewhere in between, but especially when you know how to active listening to your partners, right? And that's a very difficult thing to do when you're also caught up in your emotions, but it gets easier with time. If you practice, it gets easier with time, just like anything else in life, right? Let's continue.
So when after my days, when I tell you I work 2 days and off 2 days.
Okay.
You understand? Because we have bills to pay as well. So I care for my wife.
So I'm not saying you didn't care for your wife, Isaac. Honestly, I'm not saying that. I wasn't there. Honestly,
that's what he just heard.
I would never say you didn't care. I'm going by what Helen said. The issue of that noodles, I'm going back to it. Hold on.
It never happened.
Helen said that when you came back from hospital, you told her to go and boil noodles. That it was your friend that did it. You are saying that this woman made this thing up, that it never happened.
Let me tell you something. I am telling you that thing never happened.
Okay.
There's no way I will tell my
Swearing is also shalaye. If you swear, it's just another additional, maybe shalaye Pro Max.
So the decision to go to the pastor's house, was it a joint? Is there any particular reason why you could decide to go to pastor's house after this very traumatic experience in the hospital.
Thank you very much. The reason why I want to pass us out, in fact, while we were in the hospital, because I was also told that the money they will not allow us to go back. Like then I leave. While we were just that pastor used to bring food for us. The pastor told us when he gets to that, you guys should come to the house and stay for a while because you need to know how to bath baby. We don't know, we don't have that experience. We tried to bring my wife's mother. The agent messed use of and our visa was declined.
Right.
So at point we're helpless. We are new to this thing. So we went to pastor because there's somebody that was helping us fix the baby, and the pastor was also helping us with those pieces.
Is the pastor a woman?
A man, a pastor is a married man.
And the pastor was bathing the baby?
No, somebody, a lady in our church. She was one that would come to the house and bathe the child for us. So, yeah, my wife were learning. You understand?
Yeah.
So that is the reason why we went to pastor's house. There's no day any friend came to pastor's house and I told my wife to go and cook and pastor said no one allow it. If that is ever happened.
Okay.
If you want pastor's number, I'll text the number to you. Call the pastor. And he will tell you what you need to know about my story and then.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you very much for that. Now let me move towards forward now. That matter of noodles really bothered me. That's why I was okay. Now let me move forward. You say is she still in hospital at the moment?
Yes.
Where is your baby?
It was my sister-in-law.
Your sister-in-law, that's your brother's wife.
Exactly.
Okay. So they are keeping Helen now in that hospital.
They are treating her.
It's treatment.
Okay.
They are assessing 28 days assessment.
When did you see her? When was the last time you saw her?
Yesterday.
How is she?
On Friday, not yesterday. Yesterday was on Friday.
How is she doing?
She's doing great.
She's saying that they forced her to take a lot of medication.
See, that is not true. Let me tell you one.
It's not that it is not true. It's normal for her to feel that way. They're supposed to give you medications that you might not want to take, especially in a psychiatric hospital. Why do you have this need to say that is not true? I don't understand it. Well, I do understand it. But that's part of the problems. That's part of the problems. Right? It makes sense to me that a person might, even ordinary headache, you're in the hospital, they want to give you like, you don't want to, right? If we're talking about a psychiatric issue, obviously they might say they forced me to take it. That's their experience. The moment you call your spouse a liar, you become effectively a liar. How do I know? Because they're going to get caught up in their emotions. They feel they need to defend themselves. They'll call you a liar. Then you call it liar. And then the other person call it liar. Just start listening out to it. Anytime you see couples they like argue, that's a lie. It's a very common thing. Start paying attention to it. Is it that they're all just lying? No, it's people that don't know what they're doing. Let's continue.
I believe in the UK. All these things, you are in the UK. There's no way, as I'm talking to you, what I was told on the Friday that I went there, the child, they said Helen is refusing medication, and that is why she ought to have been better than the way she is now. They were giving her a particular medication, right? So the doctor noticed that
yeah, but I'm a little bit concerned. I'm in the UK. I've been in the UK for 17 years plus, right?
Okay.
And I understand that there are different methods of treatment for mental health. Okay, I'm a social worker. You don't know me, right? I work with mental health professionals as well, right? Medication is not always the right option for treatment. Okay. So let's be very, very guided. Okay. When someone is having a psychotic breakdown, not a professional, a mental health professional, I understand that they need to stabilize her, they need to calm her down. But placing her on all those psychotic medicine and on whether it's 28 days or whatever days that they want to do the assessment might not be the best way forward. Do you understand? So now she's being held, she's detained.
No one does Halloween like
All right, let's keep that one.
under the Mental Health Act. I understand that. And she's been medicated. To them, it might seem as if this is the best route for it. But we've seen it. Like Jimmy came and shared a story with us earlier on. We've seen people that have been medicated for years and they never got better. I'm giving you this information, my brother, so that you will understand if you want your wife back. I'm not saying that medication does not work, but you have to be very, very careful. You said that she's always been a very calm person. It seems like somebody that has gone through a lot in her life, from her father, past relationships, and all that. Okay? So be very careful in terms of how, she's been medicated.
Okay, good. Let me say something. Please, after this whole live broadcast and this conversation, I would still seek if you'll be willing to guide me through what I need to know. But for the course of this program, I'll just say this. So if you now educate me on what I need to know, then I'm still going to the hospital on Tuesday.
Yes.
Because she's having a walk round on Tuesday. So I'm going there because I want to see a doctor as well. So that I can have some questions to ask, get clarification, and if you have a direct number, I can still see what the doctor is saying, what you think. But for the course of this program, I'll say one thing. In the first place, I'm not a mental health
professional.
You understand? So basically, as a person and as Kelly's husband, I will basically go by what the hospital tells me, as long as it's good as long as they make me understand that it's good for Helen's recovery. Secondly, I have a family friend in England that is a psychiatric doctor. He told me that is why you see me that I'm a bit relaxed. It's because I've been hearing different things that, people that get this psychosis, they don't get normal again. This one is not a distant friend, it's a close friend, like family friend, just like your body. He told me that your wife needs to take the medication, she will be fine. That he is treating conditions like Helen's case. And we discharge them on daily, they get well. And in fact, he even told me that somebody that his case is even fine well, apply for a job with doctor, he's even working with them in the hospital. So he made me to calm down. He's the one that made me gave me that, don't worry, the doctors will treat her, she'll be fine. As long as she takes her medication.
Is she asking of her child?
I used to carry Zoe to go and meet her. I go to the doctor to meet Zoe.
Okay, and how is she? Was she happy when you bring the baby?
Doctor, let me tell you something. Me and Helen, you see this thing I do online? Me and Helen, you see that picture that she posted on Instagram? I am the one that snapped that picture on Monday when I was in her. We were careful, we were good. I was the one that snapped her. I never knew that Instagram, she had plans of going on to Instagram.
What city are you? Is the hospital, please?
Greenock.
Greenock. I don't know Scotland very well. What part of Scotland is that?
Referential now, in Backlight.
Hey. I've never been to that part of Scotland before.
You know Paisley?
I don't know Scotland very well. I've only been to Scotland, but it doesn't matter. Do you know what you can do for me? Take my number. I'm going to put my number on the screen now. You said something. I just have a few more questions to ask you. Thank you very much for calling us. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah. You said something when you called into the show. You said that you've never been physically abusive towards her. What about emotionally? She'd alleged that you were calling her some names.
Now, let me be honest with you. Like I tell people, if Ellie said her husband emotionally abused her, she might be right, and I'll explain. You want me to explain?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, when she got to the hospital, she told the team of doctors and nurses that my husband has never abused me physically, but he abused me emotionally. And they asked her, how did he abuse you emotionally?
Exactly. How? In the nicest way possible, because we don't want to victim shame, right? How? Can you describe what happened, right? He emotionally abused you. Can you tell us more about that? Right? Because they're professionals. They know that could mean so many things. They also know that that's somewhat of a default when you're in a romantic relationship with a person in 2023, right? But they don't want to take the chance as usual. They wanted you to tell them in your own words, what does that mean? They're not going to say, what does that mean? Because that's kind of rude, right? Can you tell us more about that? Tell us more about the abusive experience that you've had, right? That's them trying to fact find and try to see if it's a dangerous situation or if it's a typical situation, right? In addition to the erratic behavior on the floor of the hospital, they call the police and all this kind of stuff, right? Let's be guided.
Mm-hmm. You want to know her response?
Mm-hmm.
She said, I'm not always in the house to help her with the baby. She said, I do not do laundry. She said, I don't cook. That she does the laundry.
You know his name. He's a pioneer in the fashion industry. Creator of a...
She does the cooking. She takes care of the child. She said that issue of oxygen, that when she wanted to deliver, I did not owe oxygen for her. She said she threw up on the ground. The fact is she said she threw up on the ground during labor.
It's repeating everything she typed.
You want clarification on all these things. Now, as for the cooking, the laundry, and the supporting with the child, Kelly has never, in the first place, I'm not always in the house, she's right, because I'm always working, because I'm the only
But don't you think that if you have a wife, a young lady, and she just had a baby, you people live in a foreign land, don't you think that as much as you are working, you say you're almost working, work is good, but is that work, does it work the well-being of your wife and child?
D-Love, Bale. It's one of those days.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me tell you the reason. Let me tell you what about marriage. Marriage is
He's going to teach us about marriage. Oh, God. Oh, Lord, help us. Help me. Save me. I feel locked up now. I'm not trivializing it, but damn.
Younger sisters, they just entered the university. All on her. We're taking care of our parents, and our father is not finished fine. All on us. In fact, I would say all on me.
So you are the one that is training the younger sister and sending money to her parents?
It's me, Isaac. I'm the one. And it doesn't end there. I'm the one funding.
It's not enough, bro. That's nice. Remember? Nice. A good man.
Business analytics. It cost me close to 3,000 pounds.
So are you saying, Isaac, that in all these things that have happened, that you've been the model husband, the perfect husband?
Nobody's perfect. Let me make a correction.
No, because you've not, everything you said, every question I've asked you, you've come back to me with a perfect answer.
It's because it's Shalaye. That's what Shalaye does.
I said, but in all these things that you have said, she has never for one day called my person as a husband. Please, babe.
Right, he said that. But we can't hear that. Remember, I told you. Listen, wait. Remember, yeah, I know you said that, but.
Don't care, still don't care. I don't care, I don't care.
We don't care. All right? Look at what you did to D-Love. D-Love said, shake my head. I'm exhausted with this man. Right? At this point, she can't hear nothing you're saying. Yeah, she can try, but the brain gets drained. In fact, I would argue that his own brain is drained. But when you're in the middle of Shalaye, sometimes you're just obsessed with the process. You're just like, save me from me. Save me from me. Not to say, is that emotional abuse for someone that just had a baby? I don't know. We don't have proper context. We don't have context, right? We don't have full context. I don't know. But we can see how they both respond to each other, which is more than enough, right? When your wife has a breakdown, let me prove that I'm right. That would never work in a marriage. He's trying to tell us about marriage. That is enough to tell me that would never work in a marriage. Okay? Because she will multiply that feeling, that she will multiply it for you. Hence, emotional abuse. Hence, the professionals say, please tell us more about the emotional abuse, right? The doctors will not say much about that because they don't have context. Like, oh, you wash plates, you wash pata, you wash, like, okay, great, interesting. All right. They will put it inside of the assessment sheet or whatever they're using.
Let me talk. She has never called me. In fact, when my elder brother reached out to Ellen and said, you know, they follow your husband talk. This seriously they give me.
Saying he's never told her what he could do correctly. He's the kind of guy who waits for you to tell me what I need to do for you so that you can be happy. Just communicate, Sorrow. Communicate, talk. Use your mouth to speak. And then when you don't speak, it's like, well, I can't read minds. God damn it. I cannot read goddamn mind. You got to tell me what you want. Remember, she's a quiet person. Is that an excuse? Do you get away with that in real life, gentlemen? The answer is no. So wait, Ola, are you trying to say we have to learn how to read minds? I don't know. You got to figure something out because this is effectively your problem. This is your wife. So it's not your fault, I agree, but it's your wife.
She doesn't need to call you, Isaac, please. You're a grown man. Don't, please. She doesn't need to call you to tell you. She just had a baby. She doesn't need to call you and tell you that I need help. She doesn't need to call you that. Hold on.
Wait. He shocked you.
He shocked you.
No, he needs to be told. Majority of this men, including some of the older ones, need to be told. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, there's a lot of women enabling the behavior. Okay. So but let's keep going. I'm telling you right now, there's more to this thing called life. Forget marriage. Life. Than ones and zeros, blacks and whites, and there's more to it. But you will learn.
Hold on. Isaac, please. In this platform, I know you don't know us before. You don't know me before. I'm all for accountability. Okay? We like being accountable here. Nobody is perfect. We're not here to judge you. But there's a reason, a very good reason, why your wife, Helen, beautiful girl, I'm looking at your wedding pictures. You are smiling, you are happy. You've been married for only 3 years. Your wife is in a mental health hospital now. There's a reason. It didn't just happen. It's not an accident. It's not it's something that happened.
You are a presenter, right?
I'm not a presenter.
Hello, Baton.
You are a program host, right?
Wala.
What you need is
He's gonna teach her how to be a presenter.
honesty, right?
No.
At this point,
You should be fantasy.
Let me tell you something. Why, when Ellen gave birth, I will tell you, I said Ellen gave birth, my brother and the wife came, and they were helping us with this house with the baby as well.
No, you told me that. No, I didn't hear that. You said you were in the pastor's house. That's what you told us when you left hospital.
Let me finish with the pastor's house 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
We came back to our house. Then my brother and the wife came in December last year.
Garnier Meister Cleansing Water removes waterproof mascara.
So Atibi will hear everything. She hear every details. I don't hear every detail, by the way. I don't. Okay. I listen to the nuances and the anything that's emotional in nature is what I listen to. Okay. That's what I listen to when I'm listening to people. The rest of it is obviously, you can see now they're mostly fluff, and that's why I'm in this game. It's mostly fluff that people use to basically set themselves up. The intentions is to, I'm a good guy. I'm a good person. That person is just evil. That's the intention for the most part when people are narrating their story. And rightfully so. They're normal human beings. That's what they're supposed to do. But what I'm saying is that that's no longer working. Obviously. Obviously, it's not working. So there's more to it. Let's continue. Yeah. Let's continue. There you go. Oh, on mute.
So at that point, she needed to look for another job. If she was with Together Energy, what she did, she would have been any maternity pay. The pressure would have been on me. Okay? So, the Together Energy was sold. This is the UK. You can verify.
Yeah.
Together Energy was sold. My wife lose that job.
Right.
So, she left, and that was when she got it wrong. But she was not entitled to maternity pay.
So it's just you are both of you are victim of circumstances.
That's a yes. But I see Brother Patrick in that comment says, I pray on side of Auntie B's platform. Say, I pray Helen is discharged ASAP. This couple needs marital counseling from a professional. The Lord will intervene. I agree, especially with the place where they just landed right now. Yeah, I pray that the Lord intervene by acquiring the skills. Okay. The Lord is not coming down to give you skills. You need to go and seek the skills. Okay. And you don't have to wait for the other person. You go by yourself. Okay. You are not good enough, obviously. As an individual, man or woman, you're not good enough. Okay. It's not about that evil person. At least you're not good enough to attract what you deserve. Remember, you deserve good, right? So there's something you need to learn so that you can start attracting what you deserve, right? You're right. There might be an exception out of 8 billion people that you're just a very unfortunate situation. It's highly unlikely. It's more likely that you just don't know what you're doing. Let's continue.
That's what you've described. I think that's what I'm hearing, that it's just circumstances. That you needed to walk around the clock because you needed the money.
You need the money.
And she
Pay
didn't
the
feel
bills.
the love. She didn't feel the attention. She didn't feel like you were supportive towards her. But
I will tell you one thing now. I tell you, if people are judging based on what my wife, do you know that? Let me.
See, he's going to the next level of Shalaye because he just read that people are judging him. Undefeatable, right? It's very hard. When you see people judging you, naturally you want to defend yourself. But these are part of the problems, okay? When people are judging just based off of what my wife said, why does it matter? Oh, well, my reputation needs to... I know. But good luck trying to fix that reputation by overreacting. Good luck, right? Media is not your mate. Let's continue.
Just yesterday, I was talking because if I'm not in the hospital, I always talk to her. I'm talking to you now. She has called me twice.
Because she's going in and out, that's why.
Okay.
Yesterday, I was telling her some of the things that are on that Instagram post. Do you know what my wife said?
What?
She said, I wanted the best to put it on. No,
that's possible. I believe that.
But she's not well. You just told us that she's not well. She's in a hospital.
No. She said those things, but maybe she wasn't the one who pushed forward to post it. Maybe other people are empathizing with her. Maybe her sister is empathizing with her, and they felt like she doesn't shout out to the world. Nobody's gonna save her. Like a bunch of incompetent people trying to support her. They won't know what to do. So that makes sense to me. Right? But remember, your reactions are your actions. You're responsible for them. Yes, particularly when there's a crisis. It's hard. It's easier said than done. You feel the need to overreact. I know. Calm down, okay? You might need to react, but when you overreact, when you're caught up in your emotions, it will never play out right. Let's continue.
Let me tell you now. You're asking good question. My wife is the hospital. She knows that they will give you a comprehensive details analysis on her health and her current situation. What me I have noticed is she's on and off. When she's calm, when you're also going to be agitated. So that is why the trainer may just stabilize her body. You understand? So
in and out. She'll be going in and out.
Let me give an example. She called me today, right? So we were talking. When she said, hey, handsome, my dearest husband, brother, I said, somebody's happy today. He said, yes.
There's a chance. They have something good going in there. But it's very dangerous. Okay. Yeah, I know someone, a couple of them. They said, I'm so in love with you. The following day, well, we've decided to go our separate ways. You've never seen them before. In and out, in and out. It is dangerous. It's a dangerous place. But if they still care, if they're still having something, there's something good that they can work on there, right? There's an opportunity there, right? There's opportunity there, you know. And even the fact that she's sick right now, believe it or not, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to showcase a caring man, right? But if he keeps engaging Shalaye, if he keeps getting triggered because people are gonna judge you because they are relating with her. If he keeps engaging and getting triggered by that, yeah, it's going to get worse. So I just wish them the best. Let's continue.
That's the doctor. Like, I don't say one thing. You don't know what I said. I understand.
Let me ask you this. I want to ask you this question because of time. You've done very well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Do you love your wife?
I love my wife.
And you want her to be better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm asking this because in everything, I believe so much in looking inwards. I want you, Isaac, please.
Wait, before TB continues. When I tell people all the time about texting, right? You go text, you do texting, how you feel at the point in time. That thing may end up in places where you can't bring it back. When people start interpreting and reading those texts, the limitations is that's how they felt in that moment when they were typing it, right? It's not the full picture of what's going on in that relationship. We don't have full context, like I was just telling Natu, right? So when people start typing and stuff like that, that's how they feel. They're going to type out their worst case scenario, their worst experience. The worst part about that last 3 years is all they're going to put in about, I'm guessing about 1,000 words, right? Once they put that together, you post that, you put that out there, right? You've given people freedom to interpret how they deem fit. Now, if you as a man don't understand what I just said, you will now engage explanation, trying to explain to people. Now you start throwing yourself under the bus. You'll be throwing your wife under the bus, effectively throwing yourself under the bus, telling on yourself, right? And that's what you've seen played out right now, right? So there's something there that they can work on, right? They've been through the worst, right? But some of the best marriages that you've seen out there, quote unquote marriage goals, they're no different. They just kind of figured something out, right? And they did the work. And then because they're coming from that ground bottom, like, rock bottom, right? They just, that's a lot. Because once you hit rock bottom, you can't go further down anymore, right? But if you're coming from that place and you start rising and you've experienced that rock bottom, you do everything in your power to protect what you have. That's what I think the opportunity is there for them, right? But if they keep waiting, well, we have to equally come at the same time, and we, if you both equally work, no, it's going to take somebody to lead. It's going to take somebody to lead. It's a dance. Okay? That's what it is. So, let's continue. He loves his wife very much. Dilo say, Nyimu.
You seem like a nice person. But there are so many, I don't want to judge you, right? Because it's not my place to judge you, but there are so many areas that you need to pay attention to with respect to you're married to this young girl. Again, I'm repeating, there's a reason why a perfectly healthy young girl will not have a mental breakdown whereby she's sectioned under the Mental Health Act. A happy person.
You asked me a question. You said if I know postpartum. You understand? Postpartum, if postpartum depression sets me, or postnatal depression, it doesn't matter if the person.
Hi, I'm Zoe Gong. As a traditional Chinese medicine chef and food therapist, I love using Squarespace to show.
No, please don't try and make it. Postpartum doesn't mean that you'll be sectioned. Postpartum, a lot of women suffer for it. It's a word apart from being sectioned. You just described to us. Hold on now. Hold on. It's like you have a prepared answer for every question. And you're a very good talker.
That's the spirit of
appreciate that.
Shalaye.
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
a
I've been allowed you to
debate.
talk. I've been quiet. I allowed you to
Unfortunately,
talk. You made all your
sadly,
points,
it's not a
I
debate.
want to round up now. So what I'm trying to say, please listen, okay? You've made your case. We are not a court of law. We are not judging. We are not here to judge you or anything. But we just want Helen to be better, because I advocate for women, especially women who are vulnerable. And I will tell you this, Isaac, a woman is most vulnerable when they are pregnant and when they just had a baby. Okay? I know you're a first-time dad. You are a young man. You may not understand. I don't expect any man, even if you're a grown man, like we have our brother here, Uncle Patrick, who is a matured man in the building and earlier on talking to us. So when a woman has just had a baby, she needs her husband, especially in a country like this, where her family is not here. You said your pastor is here. There's a woman.
Let me even say something really quickly. Some of them even have read enough books and they're first-time dads. But the emotional nuances of how things play out is such a distance for them, right? In fact, what they end up doing is asking their woman, but hey, they will say, have some emotional intelligence. And then she will show you, she will show you more of less emotional intelligence. Like, how dare you? Are you trying to say I'm dense? Right? So even if after they've read the books and they've seen it and they know what it means, and even if they're a doctor, I can't tell you how many times I've seen that, right? But when it comes to how it plays out in real life, it's like in the poto. It's a struggle, but we're on it.
Coming to the baby, your brother is here, your sister, and the wife is here, fine. But they are not her husband. And again, I want you to reflect on this, going away from here today, Isaac. Think about it. This is you and Helen on the screen, looking beautiful on your wedding day, just 3 years ago. Okay? You said that she's a very quiet person. She doesn't express herself, even when she's not happy with you. But I want you to go and think about it, that maybe, yes, life happens. Sometimes people are victims of circumstances. But thinking what, reflect on it. What have I done? Or what have I failed to do? Why is my wife in a psychiatric hospital today, 3 years into marriage? A woman that has never had any history of mental health. But she had a psychotic breakdown 3 years after marriage.
Psychotic breakdown.
Think about it. It's not for you to tell anybody. It's to help you going forward. That's why I'm saying this. Please, I want you to go and reflect on this. Critically think about it. And then you'll be able to look inwards. Even the things that she never told you. Like you said, she's not the type that will point finger and say, oh, why can't you help me? Why can't you love me? Why can't you hold me? Why can't you do this?
So
why were you not there?
Himself, yeah.
Because obviously you said you were working because you needed the money. I understand that. But please, and that's why I asked you if you love your wife. And you say you love your wife. Go back home. Forget about the noise. What Yoruba call Ariwoja is noise in the market.
Yep.
Including all
That's
this
a good point.
stuff that we are talking tonight. It is between, if it's left between you and your maker alone, think, what have I done or what have I not done that we are where we are today? Reflect on it and do better.
Will you give me 1 second to just say something?
Oh God.
To close this program?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
What have I done? I'll tell you what I did, because it's after this film, it came out. My wife was not as angry with me even when we came to this country for one reason. She told somebody, and the person revealed it to me. 3 things. She told somebody that other people, because when we came, I was a student. She said she's angry because instead of me to send her to the school, I had to come to school myself. But she never told me. She was angry. And now, when she discovered that she was pregnant, she was really sad. To me, I felt she was sad because pregnancy will affect also, right? But that's not the case. She told me to my face. She posted it on her WhatsApp chat because this thing went on Insta blog. And when she realized that she was pregnant, even when some of us were happy that, oh, we're having a baby, that she was sad because of having a child for this man.
Yes.
And finally, when that my friend was in this house. She had already told him since 2021 that me, Isaac,
The
I
receipts.
envy her. And my friend asked a question. My friend said he didn't tell me because to him, he see that talk as. How did I know? I'll tell you.
ẹ̀yin bọ̀dá mi ẹ̀yin sísá mi ẹ tẹ́tí sílẹ̀ àlọ́rọ̀ fún mi.
Wàhálà.
She now went to post her status that I have finished this analysis. I'm now a certified BA. And the man I called my husband is envying me. Then my friend called me. He said, wait, you don't see your wife status? I say, I did see her. She said, so this thing about envy where your wife talk. She mean now, a man, me, Isaac, where I go scout for the school, make inquiry. I paid the money for you to go.
I'm waiting for the point.
Finish the school. You tell the world, say, I envy you.
So, Isaac, thank you very much for that. A lot. I'm sure quite a lot, even more than what you can share tonight, has happened in your marriage, and that's why I'm saying deep reflection is needed. Okay, it's very, very needed. Again, being emotionally available in marriage.
I think what not to put on that post over there is as simple as it gets, but it's very, very complicated for human complicated mind. But that's really all this men need to do. If you're a man like Isaac, or you're Isaac and you're listening to me, you're carrying too much weight. It's too much. You can't anyway. Okay? You can't. Okay? You're gonna need God's help, like Brother Patrick said. But your best point of leverage is what is on this screen right here, which is being emotionally available is very important. And I know that can mean so many different things, but the key thing I can really think about is just calm down. Calm down. After you calm down, and now after you get back home, you also have to learn how to calm down. Okay? I feel like active listening, there's no way that's not missing in that relationship, right? You see, when a person, especially a woman, feels heard, you can penetrate everything in every sense you can think of. However you want to comprehend that, you can penetrate everything. Okay? But if she doesn't feel heard, right? Especially if she's a quiet person and she's bottling things up inside, Baba, you're probably overworking yourself. Okay? It's a very simple thing you need to do. Listen with an intention to understand, without holding yourself that you must have an answer. You don't have to have an answer. In fact, as a fact of life, you don't have answers to everything. You can agree with that, right? But demonstrate that. Sometimes they just need to feel like somebody's listening, right? That goes a long way. And it's the quality of the time you spend together, not quantity. So the idea that you work all day and you're busy, I get that. But the time you spend together, what is the quality? Do you know how to put quality into the time you spend together? Right? Right? No, but I was right there. She could have gone like, it depends. Like, it depends on people to people, right? Situations. Do you know how to put some quality into the little time you have together? Because at the end of the day, it's really about quality of time, not quantity of time. So you're working overnight. Yes, eventually a certain level of quantity will tell on the quality. But for the most part, that's not the issue. It's the quality of the time that you spend together that's probably not where it's supposed to be. But let me hear the ending of this, because we're rounding up right now.
It's very, very important, especially when you live abroad. Okay? Because in Nigeria is an open society. You guys just
crying
came
out
here.
for help.
And like I said, I've been here nearly 18 years.
Her husband is talking
okay?
in circles
and
and criticizing her endlessly.
I've had children in Nigeria and I've had
Shout out to you,
babies here, so I
Keepers.
know the difference. If I want to start talking, it will be here all day. It's not easy. She went through a lot. Even if you accepted that you are emotionally.
Let me tell you what a man hears when you say that to him, that she went through a lot. He's looking for the next, like, so I be firewood. I didn't go through a lot, right? And then he's looking for the next place to come in and say, let me explain what I have been through. He doesn't have the intention to throw his wife under the bus, but he effectively, he's doing exactly that. So how do we now solve this? Be the leader that you want to be. Just leave it alone. Let it go. I know it's one of the hardest things for human beings to do. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Results, we will. What's the word? Your results will vindicate you eventually, but you have to be patient with yourself over time. If you are such a good man, we need to see that in results. The shalaye no they help. It just makes things worse.
Abusive towards her. But I don't expect you to come here and own up to everything. There's a lot you are not saying. But like I said, we are not judging you. All I want you to do is do better.
He feels judged now to be. Why you do like that to
I
be?
didn't judge you. I'm advising you. You, of course, you can't tell us everything now.
He interprets that
That's
as
just human
I'm
nature.
lying, Abby.
You cannot come here
And
tell us
all the
everything
while,
that happened. You told us.
and all the while, he's been trying to be the good man. And at the end of how long conversation? About an hour and plus, you're telling me that I'm leaving some things that I'm not telling, right? So when you have a man that doesn't know what left from right, he's going to try to tell you like, no, I'm a good man. God damn it! He might even end the whole session in basketballs. Hopefully, that's not how it ended. Let me continue.
Some things, but of course, there's a lot you're not saying. That's not judgment. That's common sense.
Do you know? Let me say something before you close. Do you know one thing? If a woman is happy in a marriage, right? One person, either a mother, a father, a parent. Helen is a feminist.
No, you didn't. Oh no!
You can be prosecuted for that. Is not a type that will be in an abusive marriage, and one person she advocates for women. That's what you need to know. Helen advocates for women. So Helen is not a type that will be in an abusive marriage, and one person will not know.
I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I'm rounding up now. Yeah, Isaac. Yeah, you can summarize now.
That explanation ended up in the book.
Okay. I don't know what
that ended up really quickly in the poto. Hey, I hope he watches this, and I hope he really gets what all the joke is about. I'm really trying to drive a point home here. It's very simple. Learn how to let go. Okay. It's something you have to do from a place of strength. It doesn't mean you're weak. The weakest human beings in the world, they don't know how to let go. They don't know how to, for obvious reasons. They must be right. And if anybody told them they're not right or they feel judged, no, finish conversation, okay. It doesn't matter if you're my wife. We will finish this conversation tonight before you go to bed. Your papa. Right? It doesn't end well. Okay? Because you're weak. You're coming. Okay, you're not weak. I'm sorry. You're acting from a place of weakness. Right? Yeah.
That means, what does that mean? That she's a feminist?
Okay. According to my wife, anything that has to do with women's rights, women advocacy, she stands firm for women. My wife doesn't believe in a house where they are.
Did I wake you guys up? I thought you guys were sleeping already.
No, treat everybody equally. You get. So she's not the kind of person that will be in abusive marriage the way it is out there, and she will not. All I'm saying is, all I'm asking the world, everybody is, for you to get a clarity, because whatever I say now, the world will think I'm speaking to favor my own self.
Your daddy.
Oh God, he doesn't know. Who's gonna tell Brother Isaac? Oh my God. Oh God.
You go explain because no evidence.
Hey! Wait! Yo! Me, nigga!
Who's gonna tell him? I'm dead ass serious. I am serious. He said, people are going to think that they're going to think that they're going to think what? Did he expect not?
Not be juju be that.
He was trying to shalaye. Just because you advocate for women doesn't mean she can advocate for herself. Hey, oh Billy, But no, but seriously, Chinye, that's a good point. That's a good point. Let's continue. Let's
Continue.
So what you people need to know is that if she's going through this kind of abuse and nobody knows about it for a kind of person, you understand? Then you guys will know that there's a question mark. There's a question that an unanswered question. You understand? I have the parents.
She literally just kind of said that though.
Let me tell you something, Isaac. No need dragging this. Like I
she
said,
literally just kind of said that though.
There's something that Yoruba says, when it is you alone. Because outside we can present ourselves anyhow we want, and this is not a reflection on you. I'm not talking about you.
Just all of us. Just all of
you
us.
Understand?
Yeah.
As a human being, when
I
you're
said
outside,
that long time ago, almost 4 hours
ago. There's a side
ago.
of you that your friends will know. There's a side of you your family will know. There's a side of you that only your wife will know. Do you understand? But when it is left you alone and your God, think about it. And this is, I keep saying this. You were married 3 years and your wife is in a psych ward. Whether you like it or not, whether it she had some resentment towards you, she was not expressive, or whatever circumstances, whatever it.
You probably know Vistaprint for business.
From back
and that.
blue. Bulaba.
All right, let's continue.
You cannot exonerate yourself and say, oh, you are judging me, it's not my fault. No, she's your wife. Do you know what it means? She's you. Think about it. She's you. It's you that is in that psych hospital.
Yeah, it's you.
That is what marriage is.
It's you.
So please.
You don't jump on a platform
deal with her with
and say,
love.
I'm a good guy.
May God help you.
Will you be able to, will I have a direct contact to you so that I would have, because I know there's no time, I would have read a letter my wife sent to me.
Oh no.
You are still trying to shalaye.
Oh God.
My number is on the screen. You can send it to me on WhatsApp. Don't try.
No evidence.
Charlie, hey, Jesu Obaye. The gist, Isaac, I know you probably will see this, maybe by connection by proxy. The gist is that you told on yourself you don't know how to let go. You told on yourself that you probably smothered the nonsense out of that woman by shalaye, especially a person who is quiet. She probably lost her mind. Okay, it doesn't mean it's your fault. I'm not saying that's your fault, but that's what we do to ourselves. We finger our own brains. Shout out to D-Love. We figure our own brains, right? And then we drive ourselves nuts, right? Some people show it the way she showed it. Some people are able to manage. Some people show it by way of shalaye. They just shalaye, no evidence, right? So, the one thing you can do for yourself, I said it earlier, you're carrying too much weight. Let go of everything. What's up? I promise you, it probably feels like the heaven is about to fall out of the skies. You're on Instablog Nigeria, you're going viral. You feel judged. All these people having opinions, and you're supposed to be a good guy. I'm a good guy. You feel judged, right? I understand. But can you really do anything about that? Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If you can't do anything about it, let it go. that's actually an action thing you have to do. It needs to come from a place of strength. It's easier said than done. I want you to understand that. I understand that, but you need to let it go. Okay, let's get back to taking care of your family. Your wife, the one that yesterday told you that, hey, handsome, she's going in and out of it. That all of that makes sense to me, right? You will all look back on this. If you can do this very simple thing, letting go, you will all look back on this. You will laugh and smile. Maybe you can come back and give us a testimony a few years from now. Not immediately. A few years from now. And you're a young man, so I understand. Most of them, even some 60-year-old man, don't know what I'm talking about. Okay? So, and I know it's counterintuitive because naturally, like, people should not just drag your name now. It could make sense. I should fight back. Like, drag my name. But you can't really do anything about that. Yeah?
Try to shalaye, Isaac, please.
Wait. I tried to shalaye. I'm not shalaye.
He shock you.
Shalaye never. The idea of shalaye is that it's a coconut head thing. You never admit that you're a shalaye. Try to tell me I'm doing shalaye. See if I will admit that I'm doing shalaye. Try it on me. I will just spend the next 1 hour telling you how much I'm not doing shalaye. I'm like you. I'm like the rest of us. Okay. Chiesokwe was trying to use our brains there. You are the one who already told us that she bottles everything in. So if she bottles things in, chances for her being to advocate for herself are slim. Yeah, she'll probably try to do macho woman. That never works. You're pouring from an empty cup. I just sat shaking my head and drinking water. Yvette. All right, let's finish this up.
And you know, a lot of people in the comment section were saying that, you know, they didn't see any empathy in you. I didn't want to mention that.
He doesn't know how to be
that.
that.
In the comment section
he doesn't know.
That you were not coming forward with empathy.
And that's not an excuse. Ignorance is not an excuse.
You were, you know, coming to say, no, she said this about me, but
it's all lies.
I didn't do
that's
this.
all false.
She said quite a lot about you, and it's okay for you to exonerate. Or
he didn't know any better. That's why. Yeah.
But this is your wife. This is your wife. Only 3 years in marriage. She's in a psych ward. Isaac, think about it.
You're right, and I really appreciate this platform. You know,
a little extra shalaye.
Because of this thing that's happened, understand? You know, sometimes we learn from experience.
Yes.
And I will just say, there's no point of, you know, like you said, shalaye.
Don't do that. No, don't do that.
There's no point doing that. Like I said, I will, and I am still doing it. Giving my wife all support because I love her.
We know.
Okay.
Understand?
Okay.
The reason why I'm talking like this, I have so much pressure on me right now.
Yes, I just said that. You're carrying too much weight.
So, and this is the first platform.
You need help, bro.
To speak my own side of this whole event.
Yeah. Are the parents, are they in touch?
No.
Are you talking to her parents?
No. Did I just hear him say he wants to speak his own side of this whole event? Bro, I thought I told him already.
Well, you're right.
I thought I told him that already. I didn't? Did I miss that part? It's 9:01. I want to go and sleep. 9:03. I thought I told him that. Is that what I just heard? Maybe I didn't hear it properly. Let me play a little bit.
Parents, are they in touch? Are you talking to her parents?
This is the first platform that I have been given the opportunity to speak my own side.
Okay.
Yeah. Are the parents, are they in touch? Are you talking?
He said this is the first time he's been given the opportunity to speak his own side.
To her parents.
I was on call with her mother before that first, the man that called her, before you reached out.
Maybe what you can do again before I leave you, try and if there's a way to appeal for her to come. She really needs her family now. Honestly, she does.
We are on that.
Yeah, she needs her mother. She needs her family now. She really does. Because I don't think you alone.
Yeah, I missed that.
Even if you try, you are not going to be able to give her the kind of emotional support she needs now. She needs a lot of emotional, spiritual, mental support. She needs a lot of support, and I don't think you have it in you to do that. Again, not because you're a bad person, but because you are human and you still have your job. You have a child there who needs you, and all that. So it is well. My number is on the screen. You can contact me. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for calling. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Take care. All the best. Oh my goodness. Obodo Farm. Just when I was about to end, that was Isaac. Chai. Jimmy, now you do this one, no. Now you bring Isaac. Come, oh. It's not easy at all. What can I say? This has been totally unexpected.
Let me fast that forward a second.
There's always lessons, and that's why in my professional work they teach us about self-reflection, critical reflection. Because no matter how good you think you are, there are areas that you lack. You have lapses as a human being. No, because I need to pay.
That's a fact.
Don't say, I was the best wife. But no, you are not. And that's why when I kept saying that Isaac should think about why 3 years of marriage, his wife is in a mental is in a psych ward. I'm not saying that because I'm trying to judge him or to talk negatively about him. But there's a reason. There's no smoke without fire, my people. He told us categorically that there's no history. She doesn't have any history of mental illness. 1 year in the UK, baby, nesting, woman. Again, because he said so many things about how she's not expressing. We always a bit talk, you see. Now why we talk about problem. You see all those people when they know they talk so and so. Chat moments have to be. You're supposed to give marriage advice. I could give marriage advice every day for year now. What not waiting with they do chat moments? I do. You cannot exonerate yourself from a thing like this, no matter how you think you are a good person. No, there's a reason. This woman could not take it anymore.
The good guy.
Maybe because of the fact that you were not there. Maybe because she was stressed.
I've been a good person.
Maybe she thought about her dreams that she put on hold now, and that's why I asked Isaac. I said, "Did you plan this baby?" He said yes. But from everything he told me about himself and Helen, this baby wasn't planned. They were not ready. They just came here and they were hustling to make money, which is totally understandable. How long does it take to settle down here? Some people will take you 10 years before you can even get yourself. They're even lucky that they came legally. So it's a lot of stress. So I think both of them put a lot of stress on themselves, trying to help family here, trying to help family back home, black tax. We don't talk about black tax tire from this platform.
She was done.
Sometimes
in 3 years.
The first person to look after is you. You have to look after yourself. This couple did not look after themselves. They did not. Her bucket was full and overflowing. Mary's amazing kitchen. You remember when we talk about the stress?
She looks beautiful. Yeah. They look beautiful on their wedding day.
Didn't even know, according to what he's telling us. He didn't know. But you know what? I'm rooting for them. I'm praying that Helen will get better. Thank you so much, Isaac, for reaching out and talking to us. I pray that we didn't even have the chance to talk about the pastor element of it. There's a lot to unpick in that story. There was a pastor element of it when she started, presenting with, some issues. They were calling pastor. That's a typical Nigerian thing to do. Very, very typical. He's pastor. He's pastor. They will call. And it's not like it's not good to call pastor. But the longer you live in this part of the world, you will now know that. Okay. All right. Hi. Before you know now, if you're looking at it from a religious angle, this pastor, both of them, he was saying quite a lot about pastor. Before you know, it becomes something that is spiritual. Maybe it's an attack. Maybe it's enemy.
Yes, so.
I know enemies exist. I'm a Christian myself. This is just a woman, a young girl, having her first baby. She didn't feel emotionally supported. She felt alone. Her husband was working, and she couldn't cope. She couldn't. That's why I told Isaac, please, go and reflect.
So people will do that for 20 years.
It's what you didn't do. She mentioned something about cheating. I didn't get a chance to discuss that with Isaac when they were in Nigeria. She said that he cheated. She could see if that's true, because he's just reported most of the things when he said in that post. He said they are not true. If the cheating story is true, sometimes people carry resentment and unforgiveness. It is well. I'm really, really rooting for them. I'm praying that she gets well. What I'm afraid of, I don't want her to go through that route of going down the hill. Like the story that Jimmy shared with us, and they will just be pumped with medication, and before you know it, she cannot function. She's a very bright young woman. And please, God, don't let this just be the end of her. Let her be well, mentally, physically, emotionally, and let her be reunited with her family. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for calling us, Isaac. Everybody that's called and contributed, including our brother Jimmy in Scotland. God bless you. Thank you for getting Isaac to talk to us. Sometimes life happens. It's how you navigate these things. One thing I will tell you, if you just come Obodo Ibo, Brother Patrick said it when we started. If you never stand, you have not stood. Don't try to carry person. If you never stand, you try to carry person. All of them will fall.
Yes, so that's a fact. If you never stand,
carry people, you are borrowing money, credit card. You want to send people money in Nigeria. You want to carry all the family. You are not even standing yet. Take care of yourself, my people. Wanna take care of ourselves. At the end of the day, family go there all right. Last. That's the truth. If anything happen to you, family go there all right. Would they talk and hear all the time? Oh, take care of yourself. Thank you so much, everyone. And of course, we are going to follow up on this story. Definitely, this is the one that will follow up. Yeah. And if I have an update,
I think they can be a good testimony later.
Please, you've done very well by coming to narrate, to tell us your side of the story, and just try and get everything you can to make sure that your wife is well and back home. You need to love her, give her unconditional love, reassure her.
Good luck with
if you need to ask for forgiveness for whatever grudges she had from the past, please do so. Tell her, reassure her, she's going to need a lot of that in the coming months. May the Lord be with you guys and help you and see you through this difficult period. I am praying for you. It is well with you. Thank you, Obodo fam. Please give us a thumbs up.
All right. So I think that's a good one, actually. I would have loved to. So if you guys want, just go in the chat. Let me know if you want to do a call-in session in the WhatsApp chat, and then we'll do that maybe tomorrow. But let me just say this to round up. She says I'm rooting for them. I am too. I think they have a chance. They have a good chance of fixing things. They need skills. They need game. He needs to lead. That's what they need. He needs to put down all of this weight he's carrying. Okay. See, now he probably has a lot of anxiety, because all the anxiety that she was carrying for all 3 years has been passed over to him. He probably doesn't understand fully what's going on. If he's dealing with pastors, yes, there's a good chance they will tell him it's some kind of spiritual attack and stuff like that. That will only complicate things more, because spiritual matters is not your mate, okay? And usually there's no tangible solutions, okay? You could just explain. You just get tired, okay? They need actual skills. What they're going through is a real thing. A lot of people go through. There are people that have gone through it. They've come out on the other side. There are this principles around how to manage this situation, right? But he needs to. He's lost himself too, right? That's the only way he would react the way he reacted, right? People generally lose themselves in the relationship. Obviously, she lost herself. She lost her mind, right? So he is not out of the ordinary. Engaging Shalaya at the level he was doing is not abnormal. The only thing we know that he should know starting today is that it never works out well. The only thing that works out well is letting go. And to be is absolutely right. He needs to take care of himself as he's going along. All that weight is carrying. What I mean by weight is that he shouldn't. I'm not saying he shouldn't take care of his wife. What I'm saying is that the way he takes care of his wife is to actually just take care of the wife. Stop trying to be right. She's obviously will say a lot of things that are quote unquote lies on paper. She's painting her experience the way she remembers it. You don't have to argue with that ever. Ladies and gentlemen, you never have to argue with people's narration of their own experience. And yes, it's normal that you're triggered because you're like, okay, why are you telling lies? That's just a blatant lie. Listen, the more you tell them it's a blatant lie, the worse it gets. They resent you more because they're like, whoa, so I'm telling lies, right? Okay, well, why should I be the one to take the higher road? Well, you tell me. Why are you still in that situation? Why should you take the higher road? You need to tell me that, because if there's no reason why you should take the higher road, there's only one thing left to do. You just leave. I'm guessing it's not that simple, right? Okay, well, there's one more thing left then. Let go. Create new experiences. Be a little bit more intentional about the emotional experiences you are creating, right? But you can't do that unless you create it for yourself first. See, if you're having a good time, if you have a healthy self-level, if you have a healthy level of self-esteem, right? Everyone wants to be a part of that, including your wife or your husband. They want to be a part of that. Maybe it's time you start focusing on yourself. That does not exonerate you or relieve you of your responsibilities of taking care of your wife. I'm just saying, do just that. Leave the extra shalaye. I'm right, she's wrong, she's false. Leave that alone. I can't really give her too much to work with because she's sick. I can't. Right? The only thing I can say with respect to her is that, ladies, one thing before we leave, right? Let's round it up right now in about 30 seconds. If you're going to accommodate people, I understand. Somebody helps somebody that helps somebody. That's why you're in America. So, but I want you to understand that that's going to have an emotional dent on your relationship. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. All you need to do is be aware of that and have a conversation, be prepared for that. Engage wise counsel on how you can prepare for this eventful thing that's going to happen to your family. People are going to live with you for, if they say 3 weeks, that's literally 6 months or 9 months. Because nobody's coming to Yankee and going and just going to go find their level instantly. It's not going to happen, okay? Or come to Obodoyinbo. It's not going to happen. They're going to stay much longer. So if you guys are, if you're not on the same page, if there is a small crack in the wall of your marriage, that's a small angle. That's small enough and big enough, large enough for the devil to come in and create confusion in your family. Especially if you never prepared for it. That's all I have for you today. They both will need therapy, she says, and a support system, not pastoral. She needs clinical assessment. She needs treatment. She's going through that already. Definitely. He would definitely need some help because he clearly doesn't know what he's doing. And that's not a crime. It's just where most of us find ourselves when you get married, right? It just so happened that they're lucky enough that this is happening early. It's a good thing that it's happening at 3 years. What if it happened at 25 years? The resentment would be this big. It's a good thing that is happening right now. All right, on your way out, do me a favor, hit the like, share, subscribe, turn on all your notifications so you're notified whenever I do come live. I will be back here at 5 p.m. tomorrow. We'll be talking. All right. Thank you so much for everyone who came to participate. Shout out to Auntie B. Hopefully, you've been enlightened and educated. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.